hit and fine hit.
Good morning, everybody. What is up? All right, so I think they just finished the day today. So here's the deal. My inclination is to super speed through the wrecks of the series that don't matter at all. Yeah, Hart, Vivi, and Andy Nikov don't matter. I mean, it's just for like... Do matter? In what way do they matter? Someone explain the stakes to me, because I don't see how they matter. Viper needs Andy to win and Vivi to lose. Okay. Well, that's just like... Yeah, I mean, it matters for Viper, but it doesn't matter for the guys playing. It does matter for... We'll watch it on ×2 speed. Replays? You mean the thing that I've been doing every day for the past several days? Alright. We'll watch it. Well, do I have a corgi visiting me? Hello there, sir. I wonder why he's visiting me. I'm sure it has nothing to do with my oatmeal bowl. No. Alright, so Lookout's game number 1, guys. No, it's not. I lied. Hey, Lookout is game 1. I don't know, man. Dash is always hungry. Dash, be patient. Go. Yeah. He ran into the buzzsaw. Anyway, Shu here, 4 heart here to the southeast and to the northwest, and they are still playing for money. Like, all of the different placements in the tournament give you more money, or increasing money, you know what I mean? Anyway, Vivi's gonna be here in the red as the Vietnamese to the northwest. Need to eat fast. Sit. Sit. Lie down. Oh. Good boy. We've been training him recently. Alright. And that lasted all of 15 seconds. Anyway, Hart has a couple villager kills. Alright. Yeah, the meta-norm play on this map does seem to be very effective in general. What? I don't think that Viper's retiring from AoE 2. For the Chinese cannibal thing. Ah. All right. Hart's gonna clean all. I mean, Hart's off to a great start in this game, guys. He did lose a couple vills. Yeah, looks like he lost one over here. But he's still closer to Castle Age. Gets another villager. Yeah, I'm liking Hart's position. All right, Castle Age coming in, and like honestly, guys, the stage. Oh, the cute Chinese girl. I mean, she's doing a great job, from what I've seen. Undead of Worlds. Up. I have no more for you. He's gone mad with power. Host? No, I mean, I just think that she's doing a good job. I mean, she's having to do translations on the fly. Not easy. Vivi, Nana, I already have my own cute girl in my life right now. I don't need another one. Unless this whole thing completely falls through. Date with her? Well, I mean, again, she's kind of in a different state right now. But we talk every day. And, she's gonna be coming in a couple weeks. We're spending the weekend together. Hour-long phone calls? Indeed. Well, I've only had 2 of those so far. But we text every day and all that. Anyway, hey, going around. Still, hearts ahead by 800 resources. Why is this backward? This one makes more sense. Well, peak skirming is happening, but, I mean, Heart's just ahead. He's on his 2 TCs. Got a goose over here to the north of the map. Monastery coming in to help deal with some stray Haegwongs. Tactical goose. It's certainly not a silly goose, that's for sure. More skirms coming in. I mean, this is a pretty straight up game here for Heart. He's just continuing to take efficient fights. All that matters. Will times 2 when we want to. Vivi's gonna try and make a switch over into Cav Archers. Sorry, I see more Haegwon Cav play with Shu than I do with either Wei or Wu, even though Wei and Wu actually have very good Haegwon Cav. It's so weird. I think it's just because against Shu you all often end up going skirmishers. And so Haegwon are the answer to that. Yeah, tomorrow is when the tournament finishes up. I don't know when it's gonna be. Actually, here's the thing. If tomorrow is the finals, I mean, it's the semis and the finals, right? Is it gonna be... I guess I need to find a way to not get spoiled. Because I'm only gonna I need to start casting after the tournament is done, because I'm not gonna, like, be casting the semifinals when the finals are going on live, if, like, it's going on long. Yeah, I'm not sure. Do it live. Yeah, he tore up my paper towel. And now he wants to play. Oh my goodness. I need to figure this out, guys. Oh yeah, I bet you like them legs. Yeah, we'll figure it out later, right? Stick fell down the stairs. Is this game over yet, guys? Is the game over yet? Hey, the game's over. Your life is not as exciting as a corgi is. All right, game 2. Ready? Go. Ready? Go. The Pembroke Welsh Corgi is an active breed. Ready? Go. All right. Ooh, Hindustanis versus Mongols. This could be a rough matchup for Vivi. It really is. I just hit him in the back. He runs too fast and then just runs into the stick throw. Having Trump as president? I think having a corgi in the house is much preferable. There we go. This better not be dropping a stick at me again. Why do I feel like that's exactly what happened? Guys, it's tough. It's tough out here. Looks like Vivi did get a villager kill. Got some scout upgrades coming in. Yeah, I mean, 5-1 KD. PV also has a little bit less idle TC time. He's heading resources, so great job with the initiative. Yes, I am a big fan of Ein from Cowboy Bebop. Got Wheelbarrow coming in as well for your 0 farms. Very important. Uh-oh. Yeah, Mongols are very, very good right now. Oh, now we're gonna be good. With a stick. Now, Castle Edge is on the way for both. Eevee's getting his eco upgrades. Again, the players are backwards as to what they should be. Now, there are only scouts for Vivi, so no way of shooting villagers over the walls. Against them, Camel, they crush them. Alright, so Heart's getting crossbowman. Vivi with a side TC. It's a little exposed, but I guess we can get it down safely. Look at that, pulling back the weakest HP light cav. Oh, excuse me. Alright, I mean, you're gonna need to find a way to deal with the Hindustani camels. You only have one monk, Siege Workshop isn't in, and uh-oh, this could be looking very good here for Hart. Camel crossbow. It's a great army, even though the crossbowmen don't even have bodkin. And the camels have no upgrades at all. Just the combination of units is not one that is easy here for Vivi to deal with. Second TC also coming out here for Hart. I mean, he doesn't have the eco upgrades except double bit axe. That is the big problem right now for him. Although, to be fair, having horse collar doesn't matter when you only have one farm, and having wheelbarrow also matters very little when you don't have that many farms. Let's see. Does he believe in the heart of the cards? That's my question. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ready? Set. Go. Ready? Get set. Go. Ready? Set. Go. We are full of energy this morning. Ready? I guess a conversion's coming in, but still, Hart has the way larger army. He even has a score lead. Hello, PBTC. Hey, get that. Okay, so he rebuilt the siege workshop over there at the back. I mean, this is really just the issue for Vivi, is that he hasn't made a transition to either an archery range units or siege units. I mean, the rebuilt siege workshop probably had to come in a lot sooner. I threw it! Go get it! There you go. Like have R in here. Hey. Yes, Mangudai are very good, but you need to get there. Hey! Shoot! Go! Go! Shoot! They were in the last game. He wants me to put him up on the bed, but he goes after me every time I try and pick him up. Oh my goodness. Alright, so Vivi does have the castle down. He's got his manga doozies on the way. Oh boy. So many tournaments going on? Well, some tournaments are more important to the community than others. Like, this is a huge tournament, and there's a lot of small tournaments happening as well. Alright. So, double castle Mangudai production here for Vivi. He is a little behind in eco, though. And the Mangudai only have bloodlines and husbandry, and fletching is coming in. So, I mean, Vivi hasn't taken that much damage. He's had some idle time. He did have a big lead in Feudal Age. But Hart's clawing his way back into this one. And if you look at imp timings, it's probably going to be a little bit better for Hart. Bodkin is coming in, though. I don't see a university yet for ballistics. But, I mean, as soon as those Mangudai start coming down, things get scary. And the numbers are steadily climbing. Got 16 on the field already. 4 more on the way. Yeah, I'm sure he's watching his phone literally as he is playing. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Hart's going to be faster up to imp. And Mongols are still really going to struggle with this timing. Gulab's not. You'd rather have camels and skirmishers. Ooh, gets a nice hit there. Even grabbing Thumb Ring, but again, like, really starting to get worried about this Imperial Age time for, Heart. I guess if you are Vivi. I mean, again, more Mangudai upgrades. The Mangudai are going to be fully upgraded for Castle Age, but even fully upgraded Castle Age Mangudai aren't really going to perform very well against Imperial Age units. Deal with the Camel Skirm. I mean, Mangudai Hussar, and then you just try and line up the Hussar against the Skirms and the Mangudai against the Camels. But it's tough. Hindustanis are one of the civs that can absolutely deal with Mongols in late game. Oh, rip the monk. Vivi does have 2 relics. You know what, guys? You know what? I am gonna get some coffee. Corgi, in many ways, is like having a baby. Sometimes you need to just pull the plug. I go downstairs, I take him out of that environment, of the play environment, and he just settles right down. Anyway, Vivi seems to be trying to make a Step Lancer switch. But he doesn't have an army. And I don't know about you, but I wouldn't gainsay the almighty Skirmisher. Still, it is 2 castles to 1. Heart and Vivi both expanding to the far reaches of the map. No heavy camel in yet. It's just these elite Step Lancers for now. This is still going to be an annoying raid. Yeah, this is getting... I think Heart, I mean, he's really just sort of coming online with the macro. And the thing is, Heart's also making a trash unit. Vivi isn't. And this is getting a lot of damage done. And there's Heavy Camel on the way. It is a tough matchup for Mongols in late game. Unless you have, like, an enormous blob of Mangudai. But short of that, it's very difficult. And of course, Skirms are actually a little bit better against Step Lancers because of the 1 range, so you actually aren't sort of inadvertently in the minimum range of Skirmishers as often. The worst? Who on earth would say Skirms are the worst unit in the game? I mean, the joke is right now that Skirms are literally, and have always been, the best unit in Age of Empires. I mean, Blast Furnace is in now. But with more stables on the way, more heavy camels, it really shouldn't take that many Hindustani heavy camels to really deal with the Step Lancers. Even with low upgrades. It's just all the bonus damage, and the bonus damage being delivered more quickly with the faster reload time. Well, I mean, okay, you need more than 1 versus 8. I will say that. You need more than that. And Vivi's still trying to poke away at the extremities here. But Vivi's going to also need to, like, switch back into Mangudai to help deal with these heavy camels, and that's going to be tough. While playing, I would say no. They probably do not allow that at the venue. Alright, Treb's coming on in. We have just the 2 castles here for Hart. He really hasn't mined all of that much stone. I guess Vivi hasn't either. Still. Is this going to be good enough? Do you have enough camels? It's 17 camels to 23 Step Lancers. Mangonel gets a not terrible hit. More of the same unit? Exactly. That's good stacking. Rack 'em, stack 'em right there, Vivi. Man, Step Lancers with Mongols are a silly unit. Now you're looking at double the Step Lancer numbers as the Camel numbers, and the Camels indeed are still missing a lot of upgrades. And honestly, Hart is just not taking good fights here. He's just trickling in with the Camels. He's allowing the Step Lancers to all be grouped up here. It really isn't the fight that Hart could be taking. And that castle's going to go down. No way at all for Hart to save it. Not with 4 trebuchets. And look at that. Hart's actually super pop-capped right now. Uh-oh. This is really awkward right now. Uh-oh. I don't think that's anywhere near enough, guys. Vivi looking good here, guys. Score is heavily in his favor. Is really far ahead in res destroyed. And uh-oh, Spaghetti-O to Hart. As these Mongol Step Lancers showing up when they need to. Vivi just able to take those good fights with all of the Step Lancers grouped up, and the Camels and the transition was simply not there for Hart. Eco balance also not good. And Vivi takes game number 2 here on Bedouins. Well done to him. Neither of these players can advance, but Viper is cheering for Vivi, I think. All right, everybody, here we are. Game number 3 between Hart and Vivi. Vivi going to be in the blue as the Koreans here to the southeast, and to the northwest in the red as the Persians. It will be Hart. Amir has definitely delivered some pretty good games so far, so hopefully this will be the same. Also, it's delivered some very bad games. Hopefully it's one of those good games. Neither of these Civs are Men-at-Arms buff Civs, or at least they're Civs that aren't especially thrilled to open Men-at-Arms if they don't have to. Could be much more of a focus on the water. And yeah, Step Lancer stacking is silly, and I actually wish Mongols didn't have Step Lancers at all. Hot take from Ornlu. Yeah, it gets a little bit of damage taken on it. And Hart is still opting to go Men-at-Arms regardless. Vivi still up to Feudal Age faster. Bidax and Men-at-Arm upgrade coming in for Hart, but Vivi did see it coming, so he is able to wall in this wood line and get a tower over on this one. And he's doing the thing that Sebastian did, where he is gathering from the oysters so he doesn't have to expose more of his eco to enemy land attacks, aka the men-at-arms. With the mining camp over here. Oh, Scout's being annoying. Might need to... No, don't block your own Scout, Vivi! Oh, and then Heart screws it up. Oh, boy. Well, Viper's not eliminated yet. He does need Vivi to win, though, I think. Gets a kill there. ACCM to lose? I don't know, man. We'll see, we'll see. I mean, Heart is still plus in the villagers killed. Lost. Again, we're not doing spoilers here, so don't spoil anything. I don't know what the results are. I am just going into these, casting these at a more EU/NA/SA friendly time zone. But yeah, as far as I know, so long as Viper wins and a couple other things happen, he is still in the tournament. No fletching in yet for Vivi. He might even just be trying to skip it. And he's actually going on to stone right now. Interesting. Yeah, it's weird. It honestly feels like with all of the matchups, it's like there should have been an additional day of group stage. Because it feels like we're one too few of sets for everybody except the guys who are 3-0 or 0-3. Okay, there's fletching in, and Heart is going to be continuing to power ahead in eco. He's going to be faster up to the castle lake. The men-at-arms are still here, looking to get some damage done. And all of the stone collected is doing nothing for Vivi right now. Gonna lose another Vil right there. No demo ships, of course, for Koreans. Not even after the water rework. The castle age is on the way, and that is huge. I mean, it is a lot of galleys, but I think as soon as you can get 4 galley out, and you do even research that 15% faster. Oh, and the galleys might even get stuck. I mean, you did get some nice snipes there as Vivi for sure, but War Galley is coming in, and maybe you can even grab Greening as well. So he's going double Monastery. I mean, he knows about all the stone that's being mined, right? And yet, Vivi's kind of selling his stone. Does he see the double Monastery? He's at least one. And he's only still on his way to Castle Age. He's not there yet. Stock there is going to go down. Oh, he's trying to get a tower up too, but Heart looks to be in control right now. That dock is going to get liquidated. Does Vivi even have another dock? He doesn't. Oh, jeez. Yeah, the tower's even sniped. Yeah, Heart's cruising. He's getting a second TC up over here. There is a castle on the way for Vivi, but it is very late. Already 4 monks out. And again, the eco difference is just getting absurd very fast. Not even the wagons of war are likely to save you, SVB. Yeah. Oh, he's trying to go for another castle drop. It's not going to work, guys. Got 4 wagons in there. Oh, he gets the transport! Oh, rip. Rip, rip, rip. Yeah, pretty dominant performance there from Hart, just getting way too far ahead in economy. Oh, the rarely seen chicken arena. All right, guys. Both these players are eliminated, but they are still playing for some prize pool. Vivi even less prize pool because of his reprimanding. Oh, these are Arctic hares. Those aren't chickens. Fake. Anyway, the funneling has begun. Art Red Bohemians to the east. Blue Burgundians here for Vivi. I love this matchup for Burgundians personally. Again, I've seen this matchup a lot. I've played this matchup a lot. In my experience, unless Bohemians are going for some big old clowning play, they struggle to really get to post-imp. Like, yeah, Help Hofnitsa does work wonders versus Burgundians, as it does versus almost every Civ. But... But Burgundians have such a powerful eco and their timings are so good that it's oftentimes just too difficult to ever get there. Oh, what's that build doing? Anyway, Vivi's gonna be... Yeah, just looking at 26 pop light cav. Art, 25 pop. There's the market and blacksmith. Looks like he's just cruising. I mean, if Hart can get to... Oh, wait, what? Is he long distance mining the gold? Okay, I guess he just used the market a bit. Yeah, he wasn't taking any gold at all until now. Yeah, block the mill. Block the mill, SMH. Alright, just... What if these players doing exactly what I do, which is called being a boomer? Monastery here at the front for Vivi. Of course, Burgundians extra incentive to go pick up those relics. Double Monastery here for Hart. Get the Spearman out. Again, guys, I'm just speeding through these earlier sets. Will we ever see me play in tournaments? I, unfortunately, am nowhere near good enough. Maybe if there's another Nations Cup, I'll play with T. West and company. That was a lot of fun last time. Thanks for the 2 Aussie dollars. Comes to water? A different game? Well, I mean, again, I have a lot of experience. So don't feel bad, like, if you struggle the first try. The first several tries. Fox stream? It wouldn't be an Ornlu cast without those weird tirades and hot takes. I am who I am, I'm afraid. Alright, castle coming in. Played a tournament? What, you want to see me get wrecked 3-0? Oh, quick treadmill crane. Now that's how you AoE too. Skirmisher upgrades coming in. Double bombard cannon immediately, but this is the danger zone! If you are Heart. Surviving early Imperial Age from Burgundians, Vivi has a big eco lead, as you would expect with this Civ. Even the fast guilds, oh my goodness. Trying to hold the line as best he can. More monasteries coming in. That castle is getting low. Does get conscription at the last second, but the Treb numbers aren't that insane. And cannons are now coming out here as well for our blue player Vivi, who's also getting housed at a very bad time. Uh-oh. Heart starting to hold the line. He has 2 castles still. He is getting siege engineers. This is the exact sort of thing you need to do. And so long as they're trading, this is good for Heart, because sort of the game existing onward is good for our red player. Oh, not able to get the snipes on the Trebs. That castle is still in threat. Wagenborg tactics coming in. Oh, this is just better micro. Oh, this is much better micro for Heart, guys. Hand cannon's doing what they can, but of course they are under the shadow of the castle. So we do have some Coustelier on the way, but this has just all been, the micro has been superior here for Heart. Castle's already taken 7,000 damage. He's going to try and come in with another castle, but he is out of bombards at the moment. Hofnitsa is on the way. Again, you need to significantly out-micro your opponent if you are going to survive early imp here as the Bohemians, but that's exactly what Heart's doing. Qualified? I mean, they wanted a Chinese-only qualifier. I think it's, again, the first China LAN in, like, almost a decade. You want to have 1 Chinese player out of 10, or, like, a chance for 1 non-invited Chinese player to qualify. It's fine, but, yes, it does go to show. Yeah, now that the Hofnitsa is in, now things are going to become a disaster for Burgundians. Why should that matter? Because the Chinese event is hosted by a Chinese organizer who wants to see the Chinese players succeed, and is almost exclusively geared and catered towards the Chinese community who wants to see Chinese players succeed. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, now you're honestly pretty sunk here as Vivi. You had your opportunity, but you just could not take efficient fights when you had the chance. The prize money? Yeah, the prize money is only a small percentage of the actual money. Like, the prize money is maybe 25% of the overall money. Yeah, this ain't happening for VB. Heart's gonna take this. If Microsoft wants to actually organize their own events, then they can do what they want. If not, they're going to be at least in some way subject to what the tournament organizers want. But Microsoft has made it very clear that they have no interest in organizing events. Anyway, 3-1 here for Hart. I have no idea if that's good or bad for Viper. I think Viper is the only person who isn't entirely with their own destiny in their control, right? I think Sebastian, ACCM, and Leary, it's all just a matter of win and in. But well done there to Hart. He does take his first set of the tournament. He had a really rough go of things running into, again, the buzzsaw run of Hera, then Yo, then the Sebastian. Why is Microsoft still updating? Doesn't profitable? It absolutely is profitable. It's called DLCs, man. They sell very well, especially relative to the cost it is to make them when they're not the so long as it's not Chronicles, I'm sure the cost benefit is still nicely in favor of World's Edge. But yeah, unfortunately for Vivi, he was simply the worst player among the very best players. And that's kind of what you would expected. Matters? Yeah, I really don't like formats like this, where you just have series that don't matter. Really not a fan. What? Okay. Again, a match that does not matter for anybody who isn't Viper. Also, I think that the way that the groups worked out were kind of rough, where it's just like, you had players eliminated at being 1 and 2 going into the last day, which is like, that's just kind of the... Anyway, Nikov versus Andy. Again, no idea how much this actually matters. Oh, Andy getting housed. Both these guys are 1 and 2. It's kind of silly that they have to play each other, in my opinion, and not one of the players that are 2 and 1. Because neither of them will get enough Buchholz because they're not facing guys who are, you know, higher performing in this tournament. Yeah, Microsoft World's Edge absolutely is the main driving force behind any tournaments actually happening. It's basically their marketing budget. Sell the DLCs. Anyway, Andy's here with his Men-at-Arms. Doesn't quite get a ton of damage done. He is actually even investing into Arson, though. And it is going to be mostly galleys behind this, but Bikov going for galleys exclusively and not the Men-at-Arm play is just going to have the better numbers for now. Seeing me do 1v1s? I don't play 1v1s on stream all that often, and I don't play like lobby BF games. Yeah, both players are on their way to Castle Age. They sure are sailing around with galleys, that's for sure. University coming in. Someone like Nilly, this is the sort of thing Nilly wanted to do. Anyway, Andy's doing great here on the water. It's just very far ahead. Green coming in for Nikov, but the numbers don't lie. Oh, you mean... I don't know. If I'm World's Edge, I want somebody who knows a lot about hosting AoE tournaments to be the guy who figures out how they should host AoE tournaments, or who hosts AoE tournaments. That feels like a very logical fit. Anyway, Andy's up to Imp, and that should be GG. Also I did Hera ACCM yesterday. Alright, Andy takes game number 1. Again, we're just kind of speeding through these wrecks because they really don't matter in the grand scheme of things. Honestly, the Hera Yo series also matters very little. Missed it? Well, the VOD's on both Twitch and YouTube. Alright, Andy gonna be here in the orange as the Mongols to the northwest of Fish and Fish, and Nikov gonna be in the blue as the Georgians to the southeast. Fish and Fish has been pretty good so far, in terms of giving us good games. Anyway, Andy is having fun luring, or laming rather, a rhino. Gets it there. Nikov, though, is fishing here. These two, yeah, but because I don't really understand how that works with Viper, and no one's really explained it to me in a way that isn't spoiling anything, it's hard to matter. And even then, it's not even, like, the actual games that matter, it's just looking at the number at who ended it, right? It's just, okay, who won or lost. It's kind of a binary thing for Viper. I don't think it's like an, oh, if Andy wins 3-1 versus 3-2, then it matters so much. Why not? You gonna sleep? Because the other sets do matter. And I have been covering the entire tournament. But I'm not gonna start casting at midnight unless it's really worthwhile for me to do so. Like, I would have to be getting a lot of frickin' support. Like, didn't Mem get something like 2,000 subs during, the super long game yesterday? Alright. Fire Galley's out doing Fire Galley thing. Getting stomped? I mean, Viper hasn't gotten stomped yet. I mean, Viper lost a narrow set to ACCM. Yeah, it's not. I would say it was decisive. But Yo, again, is going to be way more motivated than Viper is. Like, Yo is going to be feeling so much pressure to perform at this event. Are you guys just straight up spoiling everything? Come on, guys. Why bother casting any of this stuff? Andy 2-0. Like, we did such a good job all of the other days of avoiding spoilers. All right. Game 3. Got 2K. I mean, still, 2K subs is insane to me. Again, that's like 15 times the subs that I have. That's wild. Here, again, I just don't know how motivated Viper is anymore. Or much cooler? I don't know about that. That seems a little bit out there. Anyway, Andy's probably going to be fish booming again with Malay here. Actually, that's crazy how much support Mem gets. Like, if he's at 1,500 to 2,000 viewers, and he doesn't even have close to 1,500 to 2,000 viewers on a regular basis, that is, like, a lot of people who are giving him a lot of money. $3 a sub? It depends where the person is subbing from. It also depends what deal you have with Twitch. I think if you're like the bigger streamers, you get a better deal. Like I think I get it like a 60-40 split subs my way. But again, it just depends what the person is subbing from. Get that support? I'm saying I personally should get that support, Daniela. I think there's a difference there. Big difference. Sub request for him? Yeah. I'm just goofing, guys. Yep, Andy's fish booming. Living that fish boom life. Nikov's almost a castle age, though. Needs to make something happen here. Trust me, Dash does plenty of barking. Plenty of barking. He's done so today already. And then I swallow coffee down the wrong throat. Yeah, I mean, when you see Andy picking melee on this map, like, you know exactly what's going to be happening. He is well ahead in resources, but how much of that is wood collected? A lot of it's still wood collected. How many throats do I have? At least 17. All right. Good micro there for Andy. Yeah, good micro for Nikov. Oh, it really would. Nikov just taps out. I seriously doubt Nikov cares about this series. The fish boom? I mean, it was a fish boom. $4K. Again, Hera himself doesn't even have 4K to 5K average viewers. That's like ridiculous in my mind. And I just try to take the base that I have, man. Alrighty. Has the best community. He's still he's still the largest overall content creator. I don't know how much between him and Hera on Twitch these days. They're both doing very well. That's all that matters. Well, Spirit of the Law doesn't stream, so it's a little bit different. All right, guys, Yo versus Hera. This set technically matters. Very technically. I'm talking like, you know, bureaucrat number 1 in Futurama levels of technically. Hera's going to be in the blue as the Ketons to the northeast, and Yo in the red as the Vietnamese to the southwest. Oh, I mean, again, like, it's really hard for me to care about that set. Well, again, the Viper set and the, well, Viper Sebastian and ACCM Leary sets both matter a lot. Anyway, I would imagine Hera probably just going to cruise his way through to this one. Thing with this set, guys, is that both these guys were 3-0, so they're guaranteed number 1 and number 2. Because no one else can go... Again, I feel like this group stage was missing a game. Like, it needed one more set of days with only the people who were in the middle. I mean... But Leary, I mean, even Leary, he pretty much clapped in the games that he just didn't weirdly potato. It's not like, oh, there was some sick back and forth games between Hera and Leary. They just traded instant wins. It was literally the least competitive 3-2 I've ever seen. But yeah, it's like the only difference is like, okay, you're gonna face either Seed 3 or Seed 4. So the winner of this faces Seed 3, or Seed 4, and the loser faces Seed 3. But unless you personally if you're these guys, think that there is a significant difference between whoever's going to get Seed 3 versus Seed 4, which I don't think either of these guys think there is any difference. Yeah, don't really see this mattering. Again, like, this isn't the set that matters. That's going to be tomorrow. For these players. Anyway, Hera cleaning everything up there. That'll have to Castle Age faster. Oh, man. Well, Hera doing great. Doing his Hera thing. Gonna be going CA here, that's fine. Unorthodox strats? That's what Hera did versus ACCM. Oh, jeez. I mean, so far, it's nothing too crazy happening. Yo is on the 3 TCs. Hera still is going to be ahead of Nico from his earlier advantage, and also the fact that he's Ketons. Rocket carts here. I mean, it's already a little unorthodox that Hera's even going for 1 TC. They're brokenly OP? I think they're a little too good, but they're not OP. Like, brokenly OP. Still, if I had to pick one Civ for Arabia, it would be Ketons. And if you're a top player, it's like Chinese and Ketons. Maybe a Mongols up there. Maybe Khmer. Well, that was a fail for Hera. Yo is slowly getting ahead in resources. He's getting those Rattan archers out. All of their Rattaniness. Hera's on 3 TCs himself, though. Yo gonna come in with castle number 2. Handcart coming in for him as well. Hera doesn't even have a wheelbarrow. Lots of rocket carts for Hera. Game army? I mean, in a vacuum, their late game army isn't great, but they usually have an advantage going into late game. Owie. Oh, Hera's on his way up to Imp. Oh, man. Super over. Super over. Hera's basically done nothing but take good fights. And this honestly just feels bad. Like, there were a lot of very hype sets earlier on in the tournament. But now it just kind of feels like we're at the point when either the sets don't matter or it's Hera and then Leary probably going to be doing exactly what Hera and Leary need to do. Alrighty. Toyar. Yo gonna be here in the red as the Bengalis to the west and to the east in the blue. As the Dravidians, it will be Hera here on Not Nomad. The map that we see a lot. Early fishing ship out for Hera. It's something that we've seen a lot of people do with Dravidians. It is indeed a goose. Yeah, nice early build here for Hera. Again, he's not the only person we've seen do this with Dravidians, but we've seen it with Dravidians consistently get that extra fishing ship out on this map. The update. It's Thalassocracy Cup, I think, is what you're thinking of. That's going to be on the updated water, which is happening, I think, at the end of November. Well, Yo's going to fast castle it. Hera has got his dock over here, though, so he's going to be able to apply lots of pressure to the galley, the fishing ships with his galleys, rather. He's luring in from downtown. Yeah, the boar should help secure that castlage, even if Hera is sinking all the fishing ships, which he's obviously going to do. And I mean, this is just perfect reaction from Hera. You know your opponent's going FC, just 2 galleys is all you need, and now you just go fishing ship city USA. Oh wait, Yo isn't going for Rathas? What the heck is he doing? Okay, this has to be like some sort of Siege Monk play. Like, Hera's not even going to be all that much slower to Castle Age. Hera already getting very, very far ahead in resources. Yo is going to be sailing down Warg Alley. U-pudding? What's a U-pudding strat? Yo does sink several ships there, but the thing is Hera is just ahead. And he's really far ahead. Double stable, light cav here for Hera. Doesn't necessarily feel great with Dravidians, but sometimes that's what you need. FC Sergeants? Yeah, that was the strategy he kind of trademarked. And by when I say he trademarked, I mean T90 trademarked for him. It's funny because people talk about you putting in Phosphorus in the same breath, but like you putting is actually like a legit 2K5 player, and Phosphorus just one is like 2K3, but that's only doing his strats, whereas you putting is actually like a decently well-rounded player. Hera's 2 OP. I mean, Hera puts more time into AoE 2 than anyone else by like a significant margin, especially at the high level. Castle coming in. Sure, why not? Light Cav still doing light cavy things. It's funny how every civ is a light cav civ with Hera. No, it was the correct play against Bengalis. Well, I mean, other people can treat AoE as their job right now, although not many. But it was the same for Viper back in the day when Viper was really the only person who could actually, like, legit full-time AoE 2. But on top of doing full-time AoE 2, Hera is very, very dedicated to, like, you know, becoming the very best that no one ever was, when I don't think anyone else who's full-time right now is really trying to do that. The armored elephants are certainly doing work here for Yo. Love to have seen some defense upgrades, but the food income's quite stretched. Except Lewis, that's true. Lewis is dumping a ton of time into the game. The issue that for Lewis though is that he has so much of a lag behind Hera that he it's like the starting point for Hera is so far ahead that unless Hera decides to slow down, it's going to be difficult for Lewis to ever try and catch him up. The whole set. I'm rushing through the sets today that don't really matter. I'm going to watch the 2 sets that do matter on regular speed. Number 4 caster professional. Oh yeah, that's Lewis, all right. RTS. Well, I mean, it's an old game filled with old people. Man, I would probably be very interested in this game if, you know, it had any important stakes in it whatsoever. It doesn't, though. Yeah, both players use the castle. Hera's actually kind of out of position here. By T90's not casting because he doesn't want to. I am not the the T90 Whisperer, much as I'd like to be. Although I did briefly watch T90's video on the water rework, and he's like, okay, I'm just gonna make this quick video here, and then he rambles for 30 minutes, and I'm like, T90, truly a content creator after my own heart. It is at that moment that I was able to identify with T90 more than any other. Long? Yes, it is. Anyway, Hera seems to be all fine and dandy. Hera's taking efficient fights. Again, just really far ahead in resources destroyed. Just trash units, man. Guys, we need to make gold units great again. It feels like every single game, nobody's even bothering to make gold units, even when they have the opportunity to do so. Anyway, Hera switching over into the swordsman. There we go. Yo, switching over into elephant archers. Does he have pikes? Yes, he does. I've never once heard skirmishers over the meta. No, Hera is going for Dravidian champs. It's just a very slow transition he's making. Even Dravidian champs are kind of a pain to tech into. Okay, Hera actually taps out. I feel bad because this game would have been awesome and back and forth and just very well fought. Like, this was actually a very high-level game, but it's just like, I don't know. Maybe this is a me problem. You know what? I shouldn't blame anyone else except myself. I just have a really hard time getting hyped up about a game that, again, 1, it's a wreck, 2, the game doesn't matter. Why, yo, 1, ladder games? Because those aren't, well, 1, usually I'm just trying to kill time with content. Why Hera tapped out? Because Hera wasn't able to develop towards a good army composition. There was a time when Hera was trying to transition into the swordsman line, but he just couldn't do that quickly enough. And because Yo had more map control and he had the mobility with Light Cav, he was just able to dictate engagements way better than Hera could. So when Hera's push started to stall, there really wasn't any way he could take efficient fights. But yeah, it's just kind of a different situation than, like... Well, one, I don't really cast ladder games all that often. But two, it's like, there are sets today that matter and sets today that don't matter. And so we're just going through all the sets right now that don't matter, so that we can get to the sets that do matter. Hit an army mass that couldn't push... Well, once the Trebs started to stall out, and Yo was able to develop towards Elephant Archers, Hera just wasn't really in a position to do anything about that. He had no tech. And yeah, I mean, it is just a weakness of Dravidians, right, is that they don't have good mobility options, and I think most people would say that on a map where mobility can matter, like not Nomad there, and Yo, of course, playing his win conditions very well. And if anything, like, Hera has no actual weakness as a player. I mean, not really. But in situations where Hera can get outplayed by other top-tier players, it's situations like that where Hera really needs to find maybe the not most obvious unit composition to go for in late game. And so Hera kind of stalled out a bit, and then Yo was able to get the win. Anyway, Hera's doing great here. Yeah, so both Yo and Hera are guaranteed to move on. The only thing that this set decides is who gets seed number 1 and seed number 2. But, again, unless you personally think, as either of these guys, that, you know, there's going to be a significant difference in facing the 3rd seed versus the 4th seed, which, again, I doubt that either of these guys think, you have no reason to actually show any strategies you prepared for here. I mean, to be honest, I think that both of these guys are just playing exactly, you know, quote, meta on these maps, and they're just kind of just going at it. They're playing well, for sure, but nothing too wild. Anyway, Hera's, you know, doing the whole hybrid map where you get really far ahead early on thing. Very well done from him. Oh, he's also already on 3 TCs, holy cow. Yeah. Hera got ahead early on a hybrid map, that's for darn sure. Eco balance is so much better. Yo has 4 bills on food versus Hera's 27. If that doesn't tell the story, I don't know what does. Now, the resources collected are still relatively similar despite Hera's Vil lead for now, although Hera is getting his eco upgrades, and of course Georgians have a way better eco over the course of the game than Mongols do, as Mongols actually have one of the worst late game ecos due to lacking guilds, crop rotation, and 2-man saw. We don't really ever think about civs in terms of late game eco strength, but Georgians are one of those few civs that actually do have a top tier eco bonus throughout an entire game. Also, you get more population space with Asnari Cavalry, which isn't technically an eco bonus, but it's kind of an eco-adjacent bonus. In late game. Anyway, Hera's on his way up to him. He's fine. He's now way ahead in resources. Because fair and balanced. To be fair, Magadai actually weren't they weren't OP in Age of Kings. They were just kind of, they were pretty good. They're the only Cav archers that were good, though. First DC. Well, Hera didn't play in that tournament. Alas, alas, alas. This tournament, though, had a lot of very good games, though. Like, I don't want to sell this tournament short. And especially, like, you're going to get the exact final four players that you want to get as a tournament organizer. It would be a sudden disaster. Hey, is there a world where Georgians can beat Mongols in late game? Actually, there is. Spawn towers are going to be very good and not the easiest thing in the world for Mongols to deal with. But this number is too big. I think this map has more gold on it, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Era got a big early lead. All that matters. The game was more or less won right around here. Yeah, it seems like this is just the least hype day in general. Like, I even have lower viewers today than I've had any of the other days so far. And that's even when there were the live sets also going on and other people were casting live. Alright, you're gonna be here in the red as the Romans to the north, and to the south in the blue as the Armenians. It will be Hera. It is kind of a bat-shaped map. Yeah, yesterday? We were well over 200 for quite a while. Same with the first couple days. It was only towards the end that things dropped a bit. Anyway, Castle Age. Feudal Age on the way for both players. Oh, rip Hera. Big noob. He's washed, guys. Spearman on its way. Wait, what the heck is Yo doing? Third, like a forward? Ah, I was like, there has to be a forward or something. Twitch hiding gear? I do not think that is the case at all, because there's usually at most 5 to 10% people in chat that are actually watching. Hand map with rivers. We'll see if it goes late. Is least hype day, but I'm only doing that because it is actually not hype. The last two sets are going to be sufficiently hype. And in fact, they're very, very important sets. I'm not hyped? Well, of course I'm not hyped. There's no reason to be hyped for these sets. Oh, Romans with the cheap towers, guys! OP. 40% cheaper towers for Romans. Faster attacking infantry. I forget the other AoE 1 Roman bonuses. Hera's ahead of Yo in eco. Again, like, Romans, if they're ever behind an eco, are having a real bad go of things. Now, Yo is faster up to Castle Age, so credit to him for that. Good old Lage des Chateaux. Double dock coming in for Hera. Oh boy. Don't love that. I mean, I think it's not a bad idea from Hera at all. I just don't like it. There's a difference. Yo does snag the build there, but Hera's eco is so much better. PC coming in here for Yo. He also has the wheelbarrow upgrade. He's also going to have Armenian bow saw. He's going to have monks on the way. I mean, Hera's kind of stuck in his little corner, but that doesn't really matter because he has access to all the resources he needs. He's got stone, he's got gold, he's got wood, he's got food. He's got a handcart here as well. The war galley numbers are climbing. He's harassing Yo. I don't really see much of a way for Yo to win this. Again, it's just all about the eco efficiency. For DE. I mean, I'm 28, but I've been in the AoE community since like 2016. And like in terms of like being active, I started following games in like 2011, 2012. Was active like in chat and stuff. Anyway, Hera gets the win 3-1 over Yo. Again, guys, the first 3 sets today just didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. I mean, I guess they mattered for Viper, but I think so far the results have gone the way that Viper needed. So the final 2 sets today, they matter a lot. So this is how it's going to work, guys. If Sebastian wins, he's in. If Viper wins, and I think if ACCM loses, then Viper's in. So we're not going to be going on super speed anymore. I mean, I'll still probably go maybe ×2 speed in Dark Age, but other than that, we'll... I just wanted to cover the other series because I still feel like, you know, in to see how everything panned out. But yeah, Hera getting first place in his group. He will face seed number 4 in the semifinals tomorrow. And then the seed 2 is Yo, and he'll face number 3 tomorrow. So both Sebastian's 2-1, Viper is 1-2. I think Sebastian, like, I think in general, yes, he'd rather face Yo than Hera, just because he'd literally want to face anyone other than Hera. But like, when you get to that stage of the tournament, I think it's just a matter of, okay, you're going to have to face likely some combination of Leary, Yo, Hera, ACCM. If you're Sebastian's, like, you know, pick your poison. Yes, there is a formula. It's actually very simple. It's half the total resources to go from 1 HP to full HP on the cost of the building. So a castle to repair from 1 HP to full HP is 325 stone. At least every set now from here on out for the rest of the tournament matters a lot. That's what matters. All right, guys. So anything interesting with the drafts? Got Bedunas first. Picari. Big fan of Picari in general. Not Nomad. See that too much in my opinion. So with Sebastian with Komir and Lookout, all of this is totally fine to me. We still haven't seen Ring of Reeds at all. Seen Seychelles once. Acropolis maybe once. Arabia a few times. Zutu a couple times. I really do wish that there was a way that we could see more of a map pool in a tournament. Well, yeah, I mean, it does change based on upgrades. It is... You get more HP per stone spent, the more HP a building has. Or resource, right? So if you have a fully upgraded castle that has 7,028 HP, it's still 325 stone to get from 1 HP to 7,028 HP, so you're getting more HP per stone spent if you repair. Anyway, civ-wise, you just see a bunch of good tournament civs. And yeah, the actual rate of repairing is not based on HP. Overall HP. It's like a set rate. So even though Persian TCs have double the HP, they don't repair any faster. It's a little confusing, but it's kind of the most sensical way of doing things. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 1. This series matters. Again, if Sebastian wins, he's in. If he loses, he's out. If Viper wins, he still needs, I think, ACCM to lose. But if Viper wins and ACCM loses, then he's in too. Anyway, Sebastian's going to be in the blue as the Romans to the north. Viper, yellow, Spanish to the south. It is the Battle of Iberia. Interesting matchup here for sure. I like it. I mean, I think personally I like it for Spanish because Spanish have the options and the super powerful unit, but Roman Eco is not something that will be gainsaid. Yeah, this is an ideal start tournament. Games today, honestly, there were a couple very good games in there, but I didn't really care because the matches themselves were pointless. But you came in at the right time. You guys came in at the right time, that's for sure. Actually, you came in slightly before the right time because I need to take a quick break, so enjoy watching this particular villager here for Sebastian. up? I hope you were enjoying the experience of that one villager. Were you guys having a fun experience? I really hope you were. Flag for Vivi? What do you mean? I had the Chinese flag for Vivi, didn't I? Alright, so Viper and Sebastian here. Looks like Viper not opening with the at least straight up Conquistador play. I actually like this a lot. At this point, I don't think the Buchholz matters at all. Like, they really screwed up the final day worth of matches, in my opinion. It's like they had maximum amount of sets that mattered as little as possible. Oh, Viper! Yeah, trying to get home with those villagers. Gonna try and shield them there. Sage, I know, I don't like it. Oh, Sebastian's going for it. He's making like a rodent and go for it. And he gets the kill there. Very nicely done. Sebastian ahead in resources. But as I was saying, I do like this play in general for Viper because what you get out of it is safety. Right? The thing you're most worried about with the Romans is that they're just so much of a faster civ than Spanish are. They can really pour on the aggression with their good eco. And Spanish obviously have, you know, no eco bonus. What's my preferred format? If you're gonna have a group stage, I kind of like everyone plays everybody. And then you would have like a cascading finals bracket at that point. So to maximize the games actually mattering. So like you get like a gigantic series of buys. Oh, Viper in here with the scouts. But yeah, like I said, you still have a good eco on this map no matter what. Either that or you just go for a straight up single elimination or GSL style. But those tend to be less popular for LAN events. Either that or you could just have a straight up league format like they do in the European stalker stuff, right? Anyway, Viper with 2 villagers killed. Yeah, you always get a good eco on this map because of the shorefish. So it can help mitigate some of the advantages that Romans have. And you can see Viper's on his way up to Castle Age. Now, you still need to work towards Conquistadors. Romans hate dealing with conks. It's just the anachronisms are too much for them, man. That said, Viper has no stone. Ooh, this could be tricky. He might need to play Spanish without Conquistadors. After all, in the name of the winner. That checks out. I think a lot of the issue, though, for group stages in AoE 2 is that we, like, every single time, basically, we get, like, immediate, you know, 3-0-0-3, and everything is just kind of a lot more one-sided than the group stage works out best for. And I think that's not really an issue that's easily solved. Anyway, another layer of walls coming in here from Viper is spending a little bit of stone. But yeah, biggest issue for him is his lack of access to stone when it is such an important resource for the Spanish. Meanwhile, however, Sebastian at home, his own eco is humming. He is still ahead in resources, at least by a little bit. But he can't get in, and he's a lot slower to Castle Age. Yeah, I think that would also help a lot. I really, really don't like having such long sets for everything. No reason to. But it's just like the way that it works for like Twitch and stuff and ad revenue is that you just want the longest sets. You want the longest days possible. Which it feels like the opposite for like professional sports. Underperformed. Everybody has performed. There have been no upsets. At least thus far. Alright, so Castle Age is on the way here for Sebastian. So Viper's just going knights right now, which obviously, like, Spanish have good knights. Longer matches? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, 3 best of 7s is way too much. It's tough on the players. And the thing is, you want your players to, for the finals especially, to be in peak performance condition. You know, obviously you just want the players to be at their best for the finals. Group stage games? Yeah. Like 5 best of 3s in a day is still 12 to 15 games, right? That's still a lot of games. Impactful? That's what I always say. Best of longer series really are like the thing is the longer series is they're a really high reward if you get 2 popular players or at least a popular player in a very close set. But one-sided longer series are some of the most painful things to watch in AoE 2. Okay, Castle Age in here for Sebastian. His bread and butter is still in always gonna be archers. It's what he's gonna be most comfortable with. And he is going to be trying to apply more pressure to Viper. This is the most exposed part of his wall. And more days, that's the one thing you can't do at a LAN. Because each individual day, like each day you add enormously raises the cost of everything. Because then you have to pay for another day for everybody's hotel. You need to pay for another day of catering. You need to pay for another day of all of the production staff. And so you want it done in as few days as possible. Because everything, all those costs are daily costs, right? Anyway, second TC in here for both players. But Scouts, gotta be careful. This is a big opportunity for Sebastian, though. If he wins the series and makes top 4 in this tournament, it would honestly go a long way for me to think of him closer to the Viper, Leary, ACCM world of players as opposed to the, you know, Hart, Vinchester, Nikov, Andy, MBL levels of players. Yeah, I think AoE 2 is the only one that would just have such long series for a group stage. Yeah, Sato as well, for sure. My opinion? I mean, it's huge. I mean, my opinion matters so much, guys. Anyway, Roman Cav Archers just to make me cry a little bit. No, but I still think that, like, Sebastian's still waiting for that big LAN breakout performance. He's had some great results in A-tier tournaments. He had 1 semifinals in Warlords, but he still hasn't had that breakthrough yet. I think that everybody who, like, watches him play acknowledges that he has some of the highest potential of any player, and I absolutely agree with that. But he's never really been able to put it all together all at once when it's mattered the most. And that's why I would still, in general, take players like ACCM and Hart and Vinchester and Nikov over him. They just have a lot more consistent success for tournaments and longer. Hera winning Red Bull? Nothing. People don't want to hear it, but Hera isn't going to get another challenger like a real challenger anytime soon. Fourth TC though for Viper, he's still expanding his eco. He's behind in resources collected because again, Spanish no eco bonus, Roman's huge eco bonus. It's not maybe how Viper thought this game would play out, especially going into it. I'm sure he wanted to get like wall up and get the conquistadors versus Romans, and especially with Spanish in general. But he's done a good job of weathering Sebastian's attacks. He's gotten his own eco saved. He's got that gold secured. He's got that stone secured now. And so we can transition into that later on. Not the camels! Wow, Sebastian, what a jerk. Yeah, decent hit there. The A numbers continue to climb for Romans, but this has such a short... It's such a short window when the Roman cav archers are actually usable. Castle coming in for Viper. Obviously, this is going to be big. Now, he would ideally want the castle somewhere around over here, but just recognizing I can't get that up safely, so it's just going to be going for the castle in the safer spot, even if it doesn't cover quite as much. Ooh, Insta. Alright, Conks are on the way for Viper. They're still going to be the best unit you can possibly field at this point as the Spanish. You have no real military bonus at this stage, or eco bonus. You just need to rely on the quality of your units. Still 82 bills to 64. Viper will probably catch up in res collected pretty soon at the very least, although his eco upgrades still leave much to be desired. Oh, at least that does save the Mangonel. Anyway, Relic's also 2-1 in favor of Viper. The fact that he's even gotten 2 Relics while having very little map control is very impressive. Ibisebio. Osaw coming in just now for Viper. It's been in for Sebastian for a while, and that has been no small reason as to why his eco has still managed to be keeping afloat, even though Viper's actual villager count has been so much higher. And to see a good matchup? It depends. As the numbers increase and as the upgrades increase, it's better and better for the cav archers. However, the Conquistador versus Elite Conquistador versus Roman cav archers in Imperial Age matchup is heavily in favor of the Conquistador. Fourth TC just now coming in for Sebastian. He is on his way up to Imp. Viper is going to be hot on his heel. Both players just kind of feeling each other out in game number 1. No huge plays, no big mistakes, but I think Viper is still going to be very happy with the fact that he's even just going to be making it to late game here in a pretty reasonable situation with a Civ that is so much better in late game. Yes, both need to win this. I sped through the sets that didn't matter, and now we have these final 2 sets that matter a lot. I don't think the individual games matter at all. Like, for both of these players, winning 3-0 is the same as winning 3-2. They just need to win. Anyway, Skirm's coming in now from both players because it's the best unit in AoE 2. And yeah, Viper is catching up in resources at this point. He's now getting his eco upgrades. Gonna get at least one of the monks. Well, he didn't get both monks, but one conch was converted. But yeah, I mean, Sebastian not mining a ton of stone. Viper is mining stone. He's getting himself set up. He's getting to the Spanish late game. And I think that Viper is just... I mean, he's doing the Viper thing, right? He's just setting himself up very well for a long game. He defended when he needed to against the more aggressive Civ, and he's pushing out onto the map exactly when he needs to. And I wouldn't be surprised to see like a TC up over here to the east. I love this from Sebastian. There, now we're back to, you know, high-level sets where both players are doing a good job in a series that matters. This is what we love seeing. Like, look at this from Sebastian. Look at this. Perfect. He is not going to be getting caught off guard. Love it, love it, love it. Castle coming in here for both, and I still think that, I mean, as well as Sebastian has been playing this, he simply hasn't gotten quite enough done with his aggression, and I really fear that Romans are just going to fall off too much of a cliff here in the late game. Good castle position here for Viper. Again, it's just about securing the resources when you need to. I would like stone walls on this side, though, if I'm Viper. It's a kind of an exposed part of his economy. And you can see Sebastian almost certainly going to try and exploit that. The issue for Sebastian now is that he's just not making any good units.
Servidora, sí, presta.
Everyone else's fault? I mean, to an extent. Hera wouldn't play as much AoE 2 if he wasn't the one of, if not the biggest content creators. It's almost impossible to play as much AoE 2 as Hera when Hera does it as his full-time job. The only players who can also do it also as a full-time job either don't have the experience that Hera does and haven't been doing it as long as Hera, or they simply are not as concerned about being the very best that no one ever was that Hera was because they're older. Yeah, I really think that Sebastian... It's not like he is setting up, never was setting himself up for a late game, but I think that Viper just sort of was laser focused on taking each next step. Again, like, look at this, moving out exactly when you need to. Get that extra gold right when you need it. This, that stone ran out, this gold's running low, this gold's running low. Get the next set of gold that you need. Get the extra fish, because why not? And just keep on working towards your ideal late game. You got skirms coming in, you're gonna get some Hussar upgrades. Res collected are still dead even, and Viper looking very, very good here in this game, number one. It's funny, it's like it's a huge score lead. He's been taking good fights for sure, but he's been defending the whole time. It's just been dealing with everything that Sebastian's been throwing at him because Viper took no risks this game. Played very, very safe, and was just confident that, you know, I can get to late game and have the better late game civ. Aw, thanks, September, for the 47 months. Really, really appreciate it.
Thanks for the stream. These are some great games to watch again on your platform.
These are going to be some great games if I can know my correct word order. But yeah, I mean, this is great for Viper, just slowly but steadily crossing the map here with the Spanish army. And there is GG called. GG called, and Viper never actually attacked Sebastian this game, not with a full army. He just defended. He just played super, super defensive. Again, was confident in his late game. I'm sure just both as a player and civ-wise. And, you know, again, he expanded exactly when he needed to. It was just getting these two TCs in Castle Age was enormous, and just playing that very methodically. Good game, though. I don't think Sebastian played poorly. I think Viper just played better. But this is exactly what you want to see from him, right? Sebastian's eco management was not as good as Viper's either. And that was a good start to this very important series. Oops, wrong order. All right. Let's see what game number 2 is. It is maybe Khmer? Have to wait for the marquee roll. Khmer on Khmer. That's the dream. I've never seen Khmer on Khmer, though, which is very sad. Come here, Khmer on Khmer. No Khmer on Khmer. Very sad. All right, guys, game number 2 here. Down 0-1. Sebastian has looked very good on this map. I think we've seen him play this map twice, and he's won both games on it. So blue Japanese here to the west. Back dock for him. Viper going to be the yellow Wood here to the east. Both are very good hybrid civs. And we'll just be on ×2 speed for Dark Age. Not that it's too big of a deal. His last 5 to 6 games. Wow, what a new civ merchant. Another board coming in. I mean, so far, Sebastian with, I think, a little bit of a better early build. He got his fishing ships out faster. Honestly, watching Sebastian develop and going from somebody who was like top 40-ish to top 10 has been one of the most fun, you know, watching them develop as a player. Because Sebastian used to literally just go fast castle crossbowman every single game. And he was like the hamsteriest of the hamsters. And that was like when DE came out for even a couple years afterwards. But now he feels like he's one of the most adaptable players out there. No, I blame everything. Alright, Men-at-Arm time. These are both Men-at-Arm civs. Japanese Men-at-Arm still win in the head-to-head. For those who want to know. I think Japanese Men-at-Arms beat just every other Men-at-Arms. Getting pounced out? Yeah, it's wild. Fodler, that's usually a good idea. Okay, good quick balls there from Viper. Viper is 1 villa ahead somehow. Tell me Viper has Loom. Okay, he does. Oh, Sebastian exactly 25 seconds out of time, so a little bit of a messier early game. He's slightly ahead in resources, but just invested that into the faster Men-at-Arms, and now, even though the Japanese Men-at-Arms win in a head-to-head fight, it doesn't really make much of a difference if you get like 3 extra hits. It's not that big of an advantage. And I think in general, it's a bad matchup for Jian Swordsmen, because Japanese just go for their own infantry and they just crush the Jian Swordsmen. Japanese go full Omaiwa Mo Shinderu. Now you can't do this on the new water balance. Transport ships are made of paper mache in the next patch. What he's doing? Sebastian right now is just trying to buy time. Because remember, Viper, if Men-at-Arms actually attack each other, the Viper wins because he has a lot more HP. So what you want to do is you just want to keep Viper at home with his Men-at-Arms so that your own eco is safe. That's still getting more value. Again, Sebastian very slightly ahead in resources. It doesn't really matter at this point. That is going to be a 3rd dock here for our blue player. Viper is on only the 2. And look at this, Sebastian's here. Those fishing ships are going to be having a bad day. I'm like 80% sure that Viper is going to need Leary to win because he lost the head-to-head to ACCM, so Viper doesn't want ACCM to do well. More HP? Yeah, it just said more HP because Sebastian's took earlier hits. Nevertheless, Viper cleaned up all of his opponent's units eventually. And now, it is just the fire ship fight. That said, Sebastian has 2, soon-to-be 3 fishing ship kills. That fishing ship is not having a great time. And here we are. Got Men-at-Arms here, archers behind it, and things are a little bit uncomfortable for Sebastian. He only has 1 archer on the field. Viper has 2, and they're both forward, and Viper even has a forward villager. Are for Romans in Spanish? If you're talking about the Twitch capture age overlay, I have literally zero control over it. And I think sometimes it's just slow to update. The forward blacksmith. Yeah, the last game was Romans in Spanish, so I think that sometimes it's a little slow to refresh. It's new. I'm sure that capture age are working out the kinks for it. Yeah, I have nothing to do with it. It just automatically updates. Anyway, 6 fishing ships to 1 in favor of Sebastian here. Even though Viper has one more actual villager, less idle TC time, Sebastian should be getting ahead in economy over time with the power of the Japanese fishing fleet. Fletching gonna be in here for both. And Viper's gonna punch his way in there. And I'm pretty sure there's a hole here. So, like I said, fletching in for both, but now Sebastian, who's just been using his archery range constantly, see 100% efficiency in the last minute. Getting those archers down, and another barracks for Viper. I mean, I get it, right? You want to go for Jian Swordsman, as you literally always do for some reason as Wu. But you're still a long way off from castle, and that barracks is not going to do you any good in the short run. Unless you plan on making more men-at-arms right now, but that seems like that would be a bad idea against your opponent having archers. Market on the way. Now, Viper is defending the fire galleys over there, and you can see that Viper is actually ahead in the KD quite nicely, but he's behind in villagers killed. And yet, with the power of the market, Viper's still going to be faster up to the castle age. Jian Swordsman? Oh, I say for some reason because I just don't like the unit. Like, for some reason, we have a unit that you just always want to go for in early castle age. That's what I meant. Still, Viper getting the kills on the Navy is very helpful. It is perhaps going to give him a bit more of an opportunity to re-add in those fishing ships. One might call it a re-up of fishing ships, if you will. Oh, that Bill is not in the right part of town and will immediately die. That's not really what Viper wants. 8 villager lead here for Sebastian, who did sell his stone. Oh, yeah, you don't want wheelbarrow right now. I mean, I love eco as much as the next guy, but no, you want castle age. And now, unless for some reason you don't see the barracks, yeah, you see the barracks as Sebastian. Literally, dude, just go swordsman. Just go swordsman, man. Yes, I also like Khmer. Good solid map. Reasonable variety of civs, reasonable variety of playstyles. The multiple island hopping is kind of cool. Yeah, no complaints. All right, Sebastian's going back into galleys. I do think it is very necessary to make more swordsmen, because the Japanese swordsmen are going to absolutely clobber Jian Swordsmen, and unless you don't think your opponent's going Jian Swordsman... Go swordsman. And I fear that this could be a massive mistake for Sebastian. Viper immediately getting careening in War Galley. Immediately making the Jian Swordsman. He's got a transport ship. He can sail around and try and go into the different parts of his opponent's base. Now, he also has the barracks on the west side. A little bit of a scuffle here on the water. Careening is going to be nice to have versus the galleys, though. More of a hybrid map than water map. The thing is, we don't really ever see pure water maps anymore. If it's a map where galley rushing is the only viable strategy, then it looks like, what was it, Warlords that had Baltic briefly in the qualifiers, and then they got rid of it because everyone hated that it was just a galley rush map. All right, fishing ships going down here on both sides. Sebastian's still well ahead in terms of resources. He is in Castle Age. He's getting War Galley and Bodkin, but he needs to keep his eco safe from the Jian Swordsman. He's got a monastery incoming. I really feel like just having some swordsmen would be, like, super useful here. Like, super, super useful. Viper taking some very good trades, though, with his fire ships. War Galley and Bodkin are in, but those are expensive upgrades. Careening also in here for our Wu player, or, sorry. Yeah, our... Wait a minute. Did he cancel it? Yeah, he must have canceled it. Okay, yeah, Careening's in. Makes sense. I just don't like this for Sebastian at all, guys. He's just not reacting to the Jian Swordsman. Which it's like, If you're literally going to react to any unit against the Wu, it's going to be this one, man! Ah! You're one of the best units against the Qian swordsman as Japanese, with your Japanese long swordsman. Gonna force the deletion right there. That seems extremely optimistic for Viper. Nice blocking with the villager there. You're gonna get the guaranteed conversion. Off points. I'm sure there was some logic to it, but it also feels... That doesn't exclude it from feeling like they picked the most boring, least impactful set of matches. Monastery now coming in here for Viper. He has the overall Vil lead. Almost all of the fishing ships have gone down for Sebastian. Viper has a few more Vils anyway. He's going to catch right back up on villagers, and it's just the eco efficiency for Sebastian is a complete disaster relative to Viper. Those war galleys are just not doing anything. I think it's, Sebastian thinks the game is going one way when the game is very much going another. And I think that might just be more experience for Viper, or just Sebastian not reading the game state appropriately. Because this is just not good at all for Sebastian. Oh, that is probably close to GG. Getting a 2 mangonel, or 2 monks killed with a single mangonel. Like, complete disaster. One might even call it a sudden disaster. But yeah, this isn't a galley war game. Way too much investment into war galley and bodkin. Viper, much less investment needed into his own units, and it's just like going double monastery here and just go for long swordsmen. Your units beat their units. It's pretty simple. Remember, even compared to launch, Qian swordsmen take 2 more damage from long swordsmen. Yeah, now Sebastian's just pretty dead. It's a very tough map to play for sure, but unfortunately for Sebastian, he just did not read the game state appropriately. I mean, sure, you clean up that army, but you're so far behind in economy. Even Viper still being active with his fire ships. He also got dry dock somewhere along the way. So he's easily able to chase down the fishing ships. I mean, we have a really powerful mid-game navy with careening and dry dock easily available. Well, that, with good reason, right? He kept his opponent's economy inefficient, and then he killed a bunch of villagers on top of it. Yeah, I mean, look at this. These fire ships are doing so much work here for Viper. And it's just so difficult for Sebastian to ever take good fights because the multitasking is just harder when you're going war galleys against fire ships. More eco upgrades here for Viper. The only thing I really want from Viper at this point is just to transport Vils over now. He has complete water control. Get the extra resources income when you have the chance. Like, the only thing I'd want to see from Viper right now that he isn't already doing. Viper making his own switch into war galleys, as being able to bombard the shoreline is still very helpful in the long run. Never learn all the minutiae of the game? Yeah. A buff? They get the 1 extra pierce armor. You don't get the extra movement speed in Castle Age. But you just get extra pierce armor. Because Dry Dock now gives you extra pierce armor. Anyway. I think we know how this game is going. Ballistics coming in here for Viper. Alright, here we go. Yeah, here we go! To be fair, Viper not reacting to this as well as he needs to. It was a complete YOLO play from Sebastian. It is going to work insofar as that you're going to be able to go after the town center now, and the castle is up. The issue is that you're still very far behind in economy. And Viper did at least get these villas over here to the other shoreline. So, that is something for Sebastian. I don't think it's even close to enough. I mean, again, Viper still has 25 more population than his opponent. Sebastian's eco is still a complete disaster. Yeah, Sebastian just taps out. Like, the castle just didn't do enough. Viper up 2-0. And unfortunately for Sebastian, again, as soon as Castle Age came in, Sebastian completely misread the game state. Did not respect the Qian swordsman enough, tried to go for war galleys, it just did not work at all. And Viper, one game away from basically... One game away from setting himself up perfectly to go to the not the grand finals, the semifinals. Sebastian, this is his tournament life on the line. It looks like Sebastian is first going to put his marbles on Picare. Burn through all the games you've seen. Well, I mean, I already burned through all the games that didn't matter. Properly casting the games that do matter. Anyway, guys, Sebastian going to be here in the blue as the Bengalis to the west, and to the north in the yellow as his Portuguese. It will be Viper, of course, one of his trademark civilizations. Double boar lure coming in. Guess he is worried about a lane. I do like Portuguese a little bit more here. I just feel like they are a more flexible civilization. They're better at aggression than Bengalis are. Both civs are good on water. Both civs have good monks. Bengalis are better in, like, big, boomy, high eco situations, but that's not this map, right? It tends to be more low eco and aggressive. Maybe you're defending, but you're usually defending into, like, a tiny area. Bengalis, like, booming all over the place. The last two sets later. Too bad! Promptly be defeated? I don't know about that. The thing with Viper is that it's not like he's ever guaranteed to lose. Even against the top players, Viper can sometimes just find a way to win. Viper's kind of in this spot in his career where he can kind of win versus anybody and then also lose versus anybody. Depending on the actual setup. That said, whoever wins this game will still this set would still likely be seed number 4 and face Hera in the semifinals. Anyway, as you can see here from Viper, as I pointed out, he's going to go for the organ guns. The Aryan guns, as he says. Sebastian is going to be adding in some fishing ships. Other top 3 players. I do think that Hera, Yo, and Vivi have... Or, not Vivi. Hera, Yo, and Leary have looked like the top 3 players. And I think that people... If you said that those are the top 3 players in general, I think most people would agree with you. Unless ACCM can pull an upset against Leary. If ACCM pulls the upset against Leary, then it would be ACCM in 3rd place, Sebastian in 4th place. Wait, if ACCM wins, who's the other player? Anyway, Viper's on his way up to Castle Age. Sebastian's also, like, hot on his heels, though. So if Sebastian can go for double Monastery, I think he could be okay. Yes, ACCM is absolutely capable of beating Leary. It should be a very good set to close out the day. Wait, Leary is also qualified? I thought Leary wasn't qualified until he wins. Anyway, Viper's castle will help protect his gold mine, though, and that's going to be a big help. It's not like Viper has to go all in or anything. Because of the Buchholz! Alright, so this is even boring. Man, this was like the most boring possible setup at the end of the group stage. Where like almost everything is decided by the final day. Avoid Hera, but like... You're gonna have to face Hera one way or the other, right? Most likely. Indeed, Sebastian going double Monastery, just like I said. Castle and Monastery coming in here for Viper. Both players sticking on the 1 TC for now. It's like you want the final day to have as many different situations possible, right? Instead of all but one spot already being locked up before the final day of games has even been decided. Alright, so second TC coming in for Sebastian. He is going to be ahead of Nico, as you would expect for Bengalis, and also Viper spending all of that villager time, you know, gathering stone for the castle. No, Viper and ACCM did play. Remember ACCM reverse swept Viper? It was a very exciting series. Anyway, conversion there on the organ gun. Bengali monks are going to be very resistant to organ guns, which is quite nice. More monks on the way. Again, this is exactly how you would expect this game to play out if you are Sebastian. You scouted the fast castle attempt.
Hi.
Atonement now coming in. Both players are going to need to clown it up a little bit. Here, I'll put it at regular speed now. Hockey Merc with the 6 months. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Wolfpack. I appreciate it. All right, organ guns getting more value here, but Viper getting the monk conversions. Sebastian's actually trying to add a TC here in the middle of the map, but he just doesn't have the army. He's got 2 monks versus 5 monks. Viper with some successful clowning. And that's the thing with the Bengalis, right, is that Portuguese have cheaper monks, and the extra armor for Bengali monks doesn't matter if your monks are just getting converted. So this could be really, really tricky for Sebastian. He is adding in a 3rd monastery, but the monk numbers are just not in his favor right now. Yes, his eco is great, but if you can't ever take in a good fight against your opponent, how much does that really matter? That's a good conversion there. Every converted organ gun still helps. And that even kills one of Viper's monks. I mean, it's not a specific monk bonus, it's just that a 20% gold discount on a unit that only costs gold is just a 20% monk discount. Anyway, Viper pushing this back. That TC sure as heck ain't happening. Remember that this is the only gold in the base of each player. Not too sure what the point of that quick wall was. Oh no, villagers are starting to get converted. That TC's under pressure. And Viper, just more monks, more organ guns. He has no food income. This is a full-blown clown play, guys. Now, Sebastian is mining stone. But he's still going to need, I think, to get a castle in the middle of the map if he's going to have a chance. So, like, a castle here, it wouldn't, like, seal the game for Sebastian, but it would be pretty close to doing so. Devotion's going to be a huge upgrade for him as well. He needs to win this game to keep his tournament hopes alive. Oh, but Devotion wasn't in yet. Oh, boy. And of course, having these organ guns to clean up stray units is so, so impactful. Oh, is maybe the castle a little too late? More monks, more organ guns coming in. You're trying to use the transport ship to debate the conversions. It is devotion to no devotion. That TC is being attempted, but it just does not look like the numbers are going to be sufficient here for our blue player. Viper's monk control is simply better. Uh-oh, this might be it for Sebastian, guys. When the lights are at their brightest... oh, Viper does have devotion. Okay, so yeah, this is over. No way. Sebastian can never take middle now. I mean, Sebastian has all those idols at the moment. You can be on as many monasteries as you want, man. Okay, he's going to try and get a castle up over here. That is a good play. He needs more gold income, because this gold is just not going to last all that much longer. Oh my god, but Viper clicks up to Imp! Oh my goodness, guys. Oh, now Viper already has the castle down. Oh no, this might just be it. This might just be it, guys. I don't think there's a way you can deal with trebs and block printing. Yeah, it's 15 monks to 10, so, like, those numbers aren't too bad. But you also have the organ guns. Yeah, the market obviously is how Viper was able to click up. Also, he's taking these chickens on the side, which probably helps. Yeah, I mean, remember, in Portuguese, they get a 20% discount on their monks. It's huge. And just saving gold over time that you can spend on, like, buying food for Imperial Age, for instance. Sebastian currently has none of Viper's monks, and Viper has 7 of Sebastian's monks. Mine, not in this tournament. It's kind of like Rocky Forest, except there are shallows where the forest is on Rocky Forest, and now there's wood on the outside. Well, Imping's going to be in here for Viper, and like I said, I don't think there's an answer to block printing and trebuchets. I guess he is getting Theocracy first. Personally, I would prioritize a trebuchet and then Theocracy instead of Theocracy and then a trebuchet. By shallow. I mean, Golden Swamp is kind of like that. Now, Viper is out of gold income. But because he's going to have block printing in just a moment, I don't really think it's too big of a deal for him because he still takes the monk engagements every single time. All right, Castle coming in now. He's fine. Not the elephant! It's funny because Sebastian has a big score lead, and he's ahead by like 5,000 resources, and it literally doesn't matter. Now the Treb's on the way. Zutu is not at all like this. Does he have a Fedoria? I don't think so. No? Like Hev, you have no food income. Both players have terrible food income. Yeah, I mean, block printing is very decisive in Monk Wars. Those are some nice Portuguese Ratha. It's fun. Again, Sebastian has tons of bills and nothing useful to spend resources on. He's going to be pushed off of gold in a moment, and then he can't make monks, and then you can't do anything useful. Domashibai. Now, this has given Sebastian an opportunity to make a lot of monks, so if Viper is too far forward with his own monks, then maybe that's going to matter, but again, it's Theocracy and block printing both being in is so huge. Also, Portuguese have Heresy if Viper ever wants to get that, and you don't have that upgrade as the Bengalis. Yeah, like I said, it's not a fair monk fight at all, and Viper has the better monk control in this situation anyway. Unfortunately for Sebastian, not quite, you know, breaking into the tippy-top results of a LAN event. I mean, Sebastian's obviously doing everything he can here, but there is, I don't think, any reasonable way to win this monk war. Ratha's not doing anything. Castle goes down for Sebastian. I mean, the Vils are trying to punch, but even they are not going to get a whole lot done here. Oh, no. And then, like, Viper has nothing to raid. He doesn't have any food income. Those bills are just idle. It doesn't matter. All you need are monks. What our master Eddie taught us long ago. I mean, Sebastian's making monks just for them to get converted by Viper. Those bills are going down. Sebastian's trying to expand all over the place. That guy was converted too. Again, it's theocracy plus block printing in. Portuguese don't have illumination. I mean, that would be something you'd want to pick up if you could, but that's the one upgrade the Portuguese miss. Doesn't matter. Block printing plus theocracy together. Confusing game? This game wasn't very confusing. Viper was, got the early conversions and was up to him faster. And then there's the GG well played. Viper with the 3-0 win. And you know what, guys? Even if Viper didn't look quite to form earlier on in the tournament, when, you know, his back is against the wall, he made it work. 73 to 45 conversions, guys. Like, that is not close at all. And Viper looking fairly dominant in every single game. I mean, he had nothing useful to spend resources on. The only thing that would help him is mass light cav, and he never had the food income in this game for mass light cav. So Sebastian is out, so the only players right now it's between ACCM and Viper. Viper has done everything he can to set himself up to move on. I think it's the final series is very straightforward. If Leary wins, then Viper goes through. If ACCM wins, then ACCM goes through. One more set left in the entire group stage. Leary is through win or lose, apparently. Which is kind of lame. Again, this is like the lamest possible final day. In terms of having as few games matter. As only 4 people advance and 3 of the 4 spots were locked up before the day started. Still, this series is sure as heck gonna matter. Yeah, and if Leary wins, he doesn't have to face Hera until the final, so basically he could get one more set in. No, tomorrow is the semis and grand finals. It's 3 best of 7s. All right, let me set this up. Leary is on the left side. Yes, if Leary wins, the semis are Viper, Hera, Leary, Yo. If ACCM wins, then it's Yo, ACCM, and Hera, Leary. Because ACCM gets 3rd place if he wins. ACCM is either out or in 3rd place. He can't get 4th place. Yeah, but I mean, Hera wasn't gonna lose, let's be honest. All right, guys. Arena Man, because they hate fun. All right, here we are. Final set of the group stage. Leary, he's already through, but probably doesn't want to have to face Hera until the finals. He'd probably much rather face Yo than Hera. And Yo and Leary haven't played yet, actually. But yeah, Leary going to be the Green Vikings to the west, and ACCM going to be in the Cyan as the Armenians to the east. He wants to win because he wants to move forward in the tournament, and that's a pretty good reason to want to move forward. So, both very good Galley Rush civs, both can Men-at-Arm Rush, although they would still probably just Galley Rush. No, didn't someone else play Vikings earlier? Anyway, Leary also getting his fishing ship out faster. So yeah, looks like a good early build here for Leary. Yes, MBL does like picking Vikings. So, will either of these guys Men-at-Arm Rush? We've seen it in general be very successful so far on this map. Also, there are fish boom pawns. OMG. Easy fish boom pawns all over the place. Alright, scouts just chasing each other around. They both click up on 22 population with 2 fishing ships in total. And Leary just, I think, a bit of a better early build. But it's not that big of a deal. And here we are, guys. I'm telling you, the Men-at-Arm Rush play has generally been the more successful one, and both players are going to be doing it. Y'all. They both have their transport ships in position. And a Vil will be coming forward here as well for ACCM. We'll put it back on regular speed. Leary, meanwhile, actually just has 2 militia. Okay. So is this going to be enough from Leary? Because remember, it's also tough to go for galleys and a Men-at-Arm Rush at the same time. Because normally, you want to have a lot of investment into galleys. You want them to be all massed up with fletching. Whereas fire galleys are a much better low investment ship. Also, ACCM was able to squeeze out 1 extra fishing ship. Oh, Scout Cavalry is here. Don't think there's any way Leary can save that Vil. Unless it gets the kill? No. Oh, and then there's another Vil over here. Uh-oh, Leary. Leary. Is he doing anything on the other side with his 2 militia? It doesn't look like it. Ooh. I'm telling you guys. Men-at-Arm play on this map has been very good in the past, and that is already 2 dead villagers for Leary. His 2 militia have done absolutely nothing so far, as ACCM is off to a great start here in game number 1. The transport ship is in danger, so you have to be careful about that. Double bit axe is on the way for ACCM. It is already in for Leary. But yeah, those militia just have not paid for themselves at all. We have archers here on the forward island. No archery range in yet at all. That's going to be a nice kill for Leary, though. Immediately makes a beeline for the low HP Scout Cavalry. And again, these militia just aren't doing anything. Arpain, ow. I swear, people will complain anything that isn't blue versus red. It's so disgusting. Leary's a green picker, and ACCM's a cyan picker, man. Oh, galleys are here. That's before Bill's gonna go down. No way to save her. Okay, that's a good move there for Leary. Uh-oh. There's a defensive tower coming in on the other side. And Leary is still ahead in resources, and the skirmisher is out. Yeah, no great players at the land, unfortunately. Dock here to the east. I am pretty similar. Guys are so boring. Fine. Are you happy now? There is no gray campaign color. You literally never play as gray in any of the official scenarios. No arsonin, though, for these men-at-arms, so the villager repairs are still where they needed to be. Gray is, like, always the civilian neutral faction. I mean, things are sort of marching onward. Leary is ahead, though, in resources. That's sort of the bottom line. Cyan and Gray? I don't really have any issues with almost any of the color matchups. Green? Not really. One's lighter and one's darker. Pretty straightforward. Alright, I mean, it's still more difficult to micro the galleys on two fronts than the fire galleys, which you just kind of fire and forget. And red is an issue. Purple and red's not too much of an issue. Blue and purple is the toughest one for me. Still harassing Leary's eco there. Padded archer armor coming in, but I'm still just liking the fact that Leary is closer to Castle Age. But look at this. So much of his food income are these forage bushes, and they're not going to last much longer. Meanwhile, ACCM's forage bushes have already run out, but again, Leary still has more food. And yet, again, it feels like Leary is doing okay. He's got his skirmishers here to defend. It's finally back to skirmisher v skirmisher as AoE was meant to be played. And so far, one more villager killed here by ACCM, but it's really not that big of a deal. No, I don't think ACCM thinks he can break through with infantry. But Leary's going to click up to Castle Age in just a moment. What's the difference in food collected? Yeah, look, that 400 more food collected here for Leary. He's now getting some farms down as Vikings, which is going to be super good. Got another lumber camp over there, just like he needs. And yeah, I mean, ACCM already has the defensive watchtower, so he can't sell his stone. Leary isn't even going to need to sell his stone. Leary, after a rough start to the game with the 2 villagers killed, just, again, it's all about eco-efficiency. Leary's done a better job with his actual macro. And he gets a villager over there as well. Castle Age is on its way for him. I mean, yeah, I mean, the early setup from ACCM was super good, but it's just the eco behind it. ACCM not doing quite as good job as Leary with the early eco management. I mean, it's what Hera is, like, so good at. It's just, honestly, the one thing that Hera is better at than any other player is early game eco management and getting an early lead in food collected. Resources collected. Yeah, I mean, Leary has a lot more idle time, but it doesn't matter because his villagers have been working more efficiently. The overall villager number is better here for our blue player. And the overall resources is now better for him as well. But let's see this timing. I mean, we know how important timings are in AoE 2. Still, ACCM does a great job forcing this fight here. He knows he has the galley advantage, and he has just taken this engagement. Leary also taking more efficient fights, by the way. His ahead in resources destroyed. Third dock coming in for Leary. Longboat's immediately queued up. He only has 3 galleys left anyway. He might have gotten more galley had he had more actual galleys alive, but with only 3 left, it doesn't really make sense to get that. And a university immediately as well. Leary going to be focusing heavily on the water. Now, late game, neither Civ has ship right, so neither Civ has a production speed boost. Longboat versus Armenian Galleon is still probably more efficient for the Armenian Galleon. I don't know if they still trade efficiently versus the Viking discounted warships with the 20% discount. That I'm not too sure about. If it gets to that. As it stands, though, ACCM is making it to Castle Age. His ship numbers are still decent. The advantage that Leary has is that he has the production speed advantage with the longboats. Ooh, nice catch here, though. Demos they can be, for sure. Armenian demos are both fun and balanced. For some reason, I got a ton of comments on my naval rework video saying that demo ships are like the worst ship in the game, and it's wild that they're nerfing it. And then I'm thinking, are we watching the same game? Are we playing the same game? Demos are broken. There's so many times where there's literally just no microing against it possible. Don't understand that one. All right, War Galley's trying to take some good fights here. Now remember, 10 of Leary's army are skirmishers, which aren't really going to be the most effective unit in the world at this point. It's going to get the transport ship, though. I mean, both players have had points in this game where they have outplayed the other. No ballistics in yet. Leary did prioritize getting elite skirmisher. Yes, villagers can gather from Moist. Market coming in. 1 TC still for each player. Of course, longboats stack up very well. And ACCM actually with 2 fortified churches already. And you, of course, get your free relic as well. No Armenian bowsaw yet. About this map, I like it. For a water map, it does give you a bit of a different type of game. And skirms here being a bit annoying. The warrior priests don't really have that great of upgrades. And the skirms are still able to focus them down. BGM. Oh, background music. Yeah, I always have background music playing. I feel like the AoE2 is missing something without any of the background music. Anyway, Ballistics is coming in now for red. But, again, ACCM recognizing the advantage he has in terms of numbers, at least in this particular fight, but with the reinforcements coming in. Again, guys, remember, longboats are both faster to move and faster to train than war galleys are, so it's easier to mass them up. Also, again, Leary has bowsaw, which is very helpful. Still, Ballistics isn't in yet. Leary just gonna wait until that upgrade's in. For being a bit more decisive, and because longboats have the speed advantage, you can pick your fights much more easily than war galleys can. Although, you might want to keep all your ships together. That said, ACCM still expanding over here to the east, and Leary not really expanding to another island yet. And that is something to be concerned about. It does feel very wrong, I agree. Going after the warrior priests, I mean, I guess that's fine. The skirms are just more of an annoyance than a threat, though. And the war galleys are getting some shots off, but still, the fact that you don't have ballistics in yet for ACCM is very, very relevant. That said, ACCM is taking the best trades he can. He's going to get maybe a villager or 2 here. And right now, it's just is all Leary in terms of taking good fights. Yes, ACCM is ahead in resources collected, but as we saw with ACCM versus Hera, being ahead in resources isn't useful unless you can actually out-micro your opponent in actual engagements or pick your fights where you're going to be at an advantage. I mean, it's not just... I mean, it does include better micro, but it's also just how you set up your engagements in the first place, which is more tactics than just pure micro-nerding. Also, why is the game speed... Like, the game feels choppy to me. Don't know why. Hey, Ballistics is still on the way for ACCM, but we are at a longboat advantage over a war galley advantage. Warrior Priest. Oh, Fortified Church incoming. Now, I am fairly certain that Vikings do get atonement. Sorry, yes, they do. Yeah, Vikings and Mongols are both civs that have very bad monks, but at least you can convert the other civs better monks. That's always something. Still, the warrior priests are running around and they are being annoying. Leary's getting a lot of idle villagers, and ACCM is also on literally the opposite side of the map. And what could be an issue for Leary is that, yes, you've been taking efficient trades, but you're going to run out of resources sooner or later. And sooner at this rate, this is literally his last wood line. He just hasn't expanded to the sides. ACCM is setting himself up better in the long run. There's finally Armenian Bowsaw coming in. And this is still a very interesting game, number one. That's for darn sure. And look at that. I mean, ACCM is going to discover that his opponent isn't even here. So he's just going to be able to gather resources freely. Okay, here we go. Leary has landed to the north. This is huge because, like I said, he's literally going to run out of wood fairly soon. Another tower coming in. That said, that TC is being built in range of the shoreline. But ACCM has no idea about it right now anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, man. Again, Leary is behind in resources. He's even behind in food collected now. It's just all about the efficiency, I guess. Indeed, indeed. Oh, no, guys. Oh, no. That's dumb. It's so dumb, but it's how AoE is played. Dancing back and forth with the longboat as ACCM just took a terrible fight because he didn't deal with the actual longboat that was dodging ballistics back and forth right in front of him. There's Atonement coming in for the Viking monk defense. Yikes. And Imp is getting closer and closer. But he did have to spend 1,800 resources on Imperial Age just now. Yes, the game was played earlier today. Yeah, Leary has access to the resources here to the north. That's what matters. Now, he isn't going to be able to get Elite Longboat easily. That's still 750 food. Actually, no, I think they changed the cost of it. It doesn't say, actually, anywhere. I'm pretty sure they changed it. It used to be 750 food, 450 gold. Bob's Vinegar? It would have to go quite long for it to go to Bob's Vinegar. Atoned for their sins? I don't know, I'm watching the show Vikings right now. I just saw Ragnar get baptized, man. Alright, Bracer is on its way. A nice culture? Oh yes, I loved the Blood Eagle. Very, very nice. Ye old days were all about kindness and loving. Oh boy. Leary is gonna get that TC down at the very least. Chemistry coming in. Guard tower for ACCM. Yes, you have heated shot as Armenians. But the watchtower actually dies pretty fast to the longboats anyway. But ACCM finally taking some better fights here with the help of the towers. Now ACCM has a lot of stone. He's not close to Imp, but he does have stone to build shore defenses. Doesn't have heated shot in yet. No. I mean, even without heated shot, towers do a lot of damage. But my worry for ACCM is that all this is doing is keeping him afloat in this game and is not actually getting anywhere that matters. This TC to the north is quite easily the difference between winning and losing this game as Leary. Otherwise, he would have been out of wood at this point. Concept of sin. I mean, the point of Vikings is that the Norse religion and Christianity didn't especially have a ton of respect for each other. And were both pretty barbarous. but it's just how the time was. You can't apply today's morality to the olden days. Anyway, Leary just taking the best fights he can here. Tower does go down. Masonry would be a big pickup for ACCM, but right now he is just floundering. And this is a big, big issue for him. Leary just needs to send more vills here to the north. He is fine on resources in the short run, and that's really all that matters right now. It did start very well for him, but I think that, like versus Hera, ACCM just kind of runs into the problem here that he just can't take good fights against Leary. However best he tries to, set up good engagements and to out-micro Leary, Leary just doesn't take any bad fights here. Now, ACCM is on his way to imp, but here's the Cannon Galleons coming out. I mean, if there was only a way that ACCM either knew about or was able to deny this northern area, that would be huge, but obviously he's simply not able to do so. ACCM is running out of a fleet. Again, it's like ACCM is ahead in resources. He's doing a much better job maintaining a low idle TC time, and yet Leary able to get to imp and take better fights. Did I miss it? I'm pretty good at missing demo shots. I don't think anything too impactful happened, though. Cilician Fleet and Careening both coming in. I mean, ACCM is trying to claw his way back into this. The Cannon Galleons, at least, are still not the best anti-building unit in the world. Especially without elite Cannon Galleon and Siege Engineers. So it'll still take a hot minute for them to actually get through a castle. But how do you keep up with your opponent's naval numbers? Leary could also try and start expanding to the south if he wanted to. And just really setting yourself up for the long run. 15 demos? I don't know about that. Even losing your university there, so no chemistry. Drummins do the least amount of damage versus buildings, but are also the best versus enemy ships. Well, grouped up enemy ships. LingYuans are the best versus buildings. They're also the best in, like, single ship target anti-ship damage. Single target anti-ship damage, but they're also the most expensive by far. Cannon Galleons have the longest range, but are the worst versus units, and not quite as good as LingYuans against buildings either. And they're the most expensive to tech into by far. Racer coming in. Again, let's look at the population, guys. Even the overall resources are going to start to get better for Leary as he has so many more villagers than his opponent. That is important. Ah, yes, of course. Look, more vills dying. Other utility? Well, Cannon Galleons have way more utility than they used to. They used to have, like, no other point. Chemistry is coming in. I mean, ACCM is getting all the upgrades he can, but with only 61 vills, ACCM is just running out of options really fast. And there's Elite Longboat coming in for Leary. That's huge. A bit overtuned? It's hard to say. I need to do more testing with that, and I'll only be able to do that later on. Because after this tournament's over, I need to do my Chronicles 2 review. Nope, Elite Longboat is in. No careening and no Bogsvigar yet. No dry dock either for either. Okay, I'll literally say that, and now careening is coming in. But ACCM would need to start out microing Leary pretty heavily here, and I don't see that really happening. Again, just look at the numbers, guys. Leary hasn't taken a bad fight since he lost 2 villagers at the beginning of the game. Look at this. Look at the difference in damage being dealt. It is absurd. Like, ACCM literally probably dealt like 200 damage there, and to Leary's like 1,500. It's honestly frustrating how stupid this is. Oh my god, guys. Anyway, longboat's here to the south as well. Are longboats strong? No, Leary has a huge navy numbers advantage. Longboats are slightly more population efficient, but actually cost inefficient relative to galleons in the late game. As this game is over. Castle even here on the island, Trebbing. ACCM just has this one island. He never even got to the south. There we go. Yeah, more longboats were even made than more galleys, but again, Leary just never took a bad fight all game. Way, way too ahead in resources destroyed. And he was ahead in res collected as well by the end. Especially gold. Leary didn't even have as many text research. ACCM tried to flush out his tech tree, but it just did not matter. Leary with the win, though. Well, that's what I'm here for, is to... We'll even go full throttle. That's a win there. And then we're getting the Vikings over the Armenians. And that's the second to last pick versus the number 1 pick as well for ACCM. So that is a huge draft win for him. ACCM with Ring of Reeds and Not Nomad. Leary with Chicken, Arabia, and Fish and Fish. So this could be literally the first Ring of Reeds sighting. There we are. I hear Korean sounds. All right, guys, here we are. In the Cyan as the Koreans to the west of the map. It will be ACCM. And to the southeast in the red as the Malay. It will be Leary. Up 1-0. And again, Leary's through no matter what. He will... face Yo in the semifinals. If he wins, he'll face Hera in the semifinals. If he loses, Leary, I'm sure, would much rather face Yo than Hera. ACCM, he wins, he's through. He loses, he's out. Anyway, be right back. Alrighty. I am back. So, Malay versus Koreans, both are excellent civs. No real, I think, huge advantage there. I do like Malay eco a lot, though. So it's really hard to ever count them out. But looks like both players have very similar starts so far. Dock distance is sort of close. Both civs can play fast castle. Both civs can go feudal age play. Perfectly fine setup for either player here. Both click up at the same time, but obviously Malay are getting there faster. Got a dock coming in. Go to a game 3? Yeah, come on, man. And Larry just gonna get that initial advantage in the galley war. As that is almost certainly, no, he's actually going fire galleys as ACCM. Oh. Okay, he's also gonna try and go for some land. I mean, that makes sense. I'm not too sure about this. Okay, Loom now coming in for Leary. Now, the gold is exposed. And that gold is also exposed. So perhaps this is what ACCM saw? Actually, ACCM has no idea. I guess it's gonna kind of be good, I guess, but it's still gonna be tough to deal with the galleys with only fire galleys on a map like this, where you can just shoot and scoot all day long. Another dock coming in here from Leary. And I've seen a fair amount of games on this map so far, and the guy who tries to win water first wins almost every time. So we'll have to see here. Archer is on its way, though. And again, if there's any map generation where the tower Archer play would be very effective, it would be right here, when Leary's gold income is quite suspect. Although, again, ACCM actually has no way of knowing this. Town Watch actually coming in at the same time for both players, funnily enough. Ah! No! Rip the Vill. Leary actually might even lose his own villager trying to build an outpost. And now the defensive watchtower coming in. Fletching is on its way, and Leary may lose a Vill, but it's not, I think, that big of a deal. Yeah, he's fine. Oh, now the fishing ships are in trouble. That said, Leary does have to be very careful. The actual warship numbers are similar, and this is the advantage of the fire galleys, is that you just don't need to babysit them like you do with galleys. And ACCM with some very nice early kills there is Leary not actually able to multitask effectively. Now the tower's coming in, and this is what I was saying, guys. This is the situation where the tower can be very, very strong, although I don't think ACCM knows quite yet, although he's still making more outposts, which is exactly what you need to do. And with the Korean extra line of sight on the villagers, you're even going to see that second gold right there. And Leary's just really going to struggle to actually take that resource. AT West, hope you're doing well, man. Oh, archers are here. Remember, you do get the free armor upgrades as Koreans, so villagers deal 1 less damage, but yeah, you're still fine. Good punch out right there by Leary. And ACCM and Leary both have 3 fishing ships alive, so Leary not quite able to multitask on both land and water at the same time, and now it's actually ACCM with the overall ship numbers advantage. Like, if Leary has freedom to micro wherever he wants, like this, I mean, he's not going to lose a single ship. But if ACCM can make things messy on the other side, that's where your opportunities open up. Now it's actually down here to ACCM, who has fantastic line of sight, to make sure that Leary isn't able to safely gather these resources. That is absolutely huge, because if Leary is able to safely gather resources, he is almost certainly going to be faster up to Castle Age. And those walls are certainly where they need to be, at least to start things off. archer there to the south. I mean, ACCM's vision is super, super good here. Look at this, guys. He's making sure Leary's not escaping out onto the map. But, I mean, Leary doesn't need to escape out onto the map if he can just take these resources here without any fear. And Leary doesn't need that much more stone for tower number 2. There's a random Bill trying to punch here. The archers kind of need to go around to the other side. They're not really punching in over here. Market for Leary. Meanwhile, here on the high seas again, it's just so difficult for Leary to actually try and fight this with the galleys when he's also trying to defend here on the land. Oh, this tower number 2 is huge. Absolutely huge. And I think Leary's going to get it off because I don't think ACCM was quite pressuring this northern side quite enough. That said, that tower, if it's out of range of this tower, which I would assume ACCM is going to build the tower in the correct spot. And even going to try and wall that in. And these bills are just going to punch down this tower foundation. So that's a big, big win here for Leary. Even that archer is going to go down without killing anything. But better and better for Leary. Both players still have 3 fishing chips. Bill is still alive. You got 2 more archers coming in. And ACCM is close to clicking up to Castle Age. 4 war galleys, or fire galleys, versus more actual galleys. So Leary doing very well here on the water. Another tower coming in. And again, it feels like a lot of this would be preventable if ACCM was a bit more proactive in denying the gold and stone. I mean, he might get a Vil. Nope. I mean, this is annoying, for sure, don't get me wrong, but not the end of the world. ACCM, though, is on his way up to the Castle Age, and if he just puts a bunch of Vils on stone and thinks about a castle drop, this could be huge, because Leary is simply not close to clicking up. All of those ships do go down, so Leary immediately adds in fishing ships, so there's still going to be a bit of a timer here for ACCM, but he can make it happen. If you look at the res collected, look at this. Food is well ahead here for ACCM as he's had all the map at his disposal, so he's been able to take all of these natural food resources. And this is potentially huge, guys. Another tower comes in for Leary. And ACCM just builds it in another good location. Don't do that. Lose the forward build, and you just lose it. So much semblance of pressure. Leary with another tower. But none of this towering is going to help you versus a castle drop. I mean, I guess you get another Vil there. Ten seconds to Castle Age, though, and you're still not really with the stone for a castle yet as ACCM. He's making sure he's not giving up water, which I love. And there you go. You can immediately grab War Galley. That's what he's going to do. You get the free guard tower as Koreans, which is always nice. Oh, actually, the tower's at 99.79%. Oh, no. Lost the Vil, though. Leary's going to get to Castle Age pretty soon, though. Is it going to be enough here for ACCM? That is the question. It is a doubt tower. The Tower of Doubt, if you will. Alright, fire ship is in, but the galleys still have plenty of space to micro around, is the thing. Siege Workshop now coming in here for ACCM. Why no turtles? Because you already have the fire ships out. ACCM could go for a turtle. It'd be fine. But the thing is, there's so much space for Leary to sail away. But if Leary's starting to mix in his own fire galleys, then maybe the adding in a turtle wouldn't be bad. Anyway, Bowsaw and War Galley both on the way here for Leary. He's getting his own Siege Workshop in. He still has access to all of his resources for now. First rocket cart now coming in, but ACCM hasn't really been able to find any sort of long-term damage. He is just now adding in a second TC. Leary has a huge overall villager advantage, though, thanks to the fishing ships. And, I mean, look at this, guys. That's Leary having too much space to micro with his galleys. And now War Galley's in. And ACCM is just struggling here on the water. Can't deal with Leary's galley micro. Odkin now coming in for ACCM. Odkin coming in for Leary. And Leary still with 8 fishing ships. Both players working towards a castle. At least the stone required for one. Both players are going to have a mangonel equivalent out. Archers will find those vills over there. Again, great line of sight here for ACCM. It's just, even if you have the line of sight, you need to be able to do something with it. And, I mean, still, it's not bad. Resource collector, similar. Mangonel going to be coming in, too. Rocket cart is here on the high ground. I mean, this would be a great spot for a castle over here. You might get a vill. Nicely done there. Again, just get the damage done that you can. Third TC now here for ACCM. Leary, though, still with an overall economy advantage, thanks to being melee and thanks to those fishing ships. We have archers garrisoned at the tower right there. Still, again, it just doesn't matter all that much. Both players closing in on a castle. Good demo ship hit there for Leary. I guess you have Wheelbarrow now coming in for ACCM. Stonewall's here to the south. Leary making sure that he is as secure as possible. And that tower goes down, and, I mean, ACCM is still going to be able to castle drop Leary's face. Unless Leary can get his own defensive castle up in a good spot. But he's still not going to be able to push this hill, which is kind of the awkward issue for him. Even the fish traps are starting to come in here for the melee player. This is where you go for the turtles, ACCM! Gill Nuts coming in for Leary, though, is nice for him. Fire Lancer, I guess just as a unit to have here, and it's castle dropping time. Leary does have the resources needed for his own castle, though. And this castle is almost certainly in range of the TC. Oh boy. All micro here. Both players get a glancing hit on the other siege unit, and Leary gets a kill there. Nicely done for him. ACCM going to be able to even it up, though. Monastery immediately on the way, because you need to respect the war wagons. And ACCM still here applying pressure. Castle's in. Leary loses another mangonel. And this is a tough, tough spot here for our melee player. Another TC being added here to the east. And Leary's still able to add in even more fishing ships. Need the turtles, ACCM? Come on, man! Market goes down. Honestly, pretty nice there for ACCM. And he is going to be getting ready for castle number 2. Castle over here to the east from Leary. Now, ACCM's nigh panoptic vision is going to spot that immediately. And he deny it. I mean, Leary's not really walling in the vills very well. And there are archers here, too. This definitely isn't ideal. Leary's losing a lot. He's lost like 4 or 5 vills already. This is pretty unimpressive for Leary. He just doesn't have anything nearby. And now the war wagons are coming in. Monk goes down. And this is looking really awkward for Leary. That monk's not going to get anything done. And right now, it's war wagons and rocket carts, man. This castle doesn't protect anything, and Leary taps out as ACCM ties the series up 1-1, 10% more efficient to Nico. He never really took water control back, but Leary having to spend so much time microing on the water, not able to defend himself on the land, it was just Leary was always one step behind in the chess match against ACCM. He was able to drop the castle here still, get the rocket carts going, get the war wagons down, and just take way too good fights for Leary to handle. Great game, though. And we are all tied up. Remember, guys, Leary wins this set, he faces Yo in the semifinals instead of Hera, and if ACCM wins this set, he gets to move on in the tournament. And that was the number 1 Civ pick here for Leary, but the number 2 Civ pick for ACCM. That was also ACCM's second home map. We got Fish and Fish, Ring of Reeds, and Chicken Arabia. So we've played the watery maps, at least the most watery maps. And looks like Chicken Arabia will be next. Alrighty, guys, here we go. Game number 3. We'll feature ACCM in the Cyan as the Khmer, tying up the series 1-1. Will be the Khmer here to the northwest. And in the yellow this time, it will be Leary as the Mayans to the southeast. Like Fish and Fish? I mean, Fish and Fish is fine. I definitely like the new map that isn't Zoo 2 more than Zoo 2 itself. But yeah, I mean, Fish and Fish is a classic map. There aren't really many new super special maps in this tournament. Anyway, Anangstaman, thank you so much for the sub with Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Wolf Pack, and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty. Ornlu, Wolf, and friends. All right, Castle Age in a little bit faster for Leary. He's just going to be going straight archers, but mill first, so it's not like the fastest archer build possible. ACCM going for the scooter bugs. And I'll just put it on normal speed. Yeah, Picari. Less predictable? Yeah, but chickens have failed to do that. I honestly don't know how to... In my opinion, the biggest issue right now is that rushing is mostly not viable, tower rushing is not viable, and FC into whatever isn't viable unless that FC is a phosphor. But, like, even without deer luring, like, how do you make the meta so that you can click up later than 1920 pop and go skirmishers in Feudal Age? I don't know how. Anyway, just an Eagle Warrior on the way, 2 archers here. Again, very, very passive opening. Nobody's been going aggressive on Arabia in this tournament. As far as Civ matchup goes, both of these Civs are very powerful. Khmer Scorpions are pretty good in this matchup for sure, but, I mean, Mayans still absolutely have their options. ACCM was able to get his horse collar upgrade, which is nice. Getting himself walled in. Think about that. It just slows down the game more, though. Mayans? We see them very rarely. Anyway, this is the classic Leary army. 2 archers, 1 spearman, and 1 scouting unit. Classic, classic. Another spearman coming in. And, I mean, Leary's totally safe at home. He's just full walled, getting his farms down. And that palisade's getting low, guys. You're going to need to do something about that right now as ACCM. That house hasn't even been started. The palisade's getting very low. Nothing has been placed here. You don't have enough wood. Oh, no. Oh, and then the villagers derp around with the blocking. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Now Leary's in here like dinner. Leary has a little bit of idle time, but it's not that big of a deal. Resources collected are ahead for the Mayans early on, as they usually are. Oh, this is going to be a good fight for Leary. Even if he loses all these units, it's almost certainly an efficient fight. I mean, ACCM did a good job of focusing down the Spearman, but I mean, just look at how much HP has been lost. I mean, everything was cleaned up by ACCM, but a lot of scout HP invested there. And Leary's just coming in with another wave of units, and it's going to be a tough one to try and stop that. Although no fletching in yet. Is there even a blacksmith? No, Leary... Oh, no, sorry. The blacksmith's just all the way down here. Oh, and gets a scout right there. Almost a second. And yet, if ACCM is able to click up to Castle Age as Khmer here without ever having to build an archery range, that would be a big win for him. And Leary is opting to get fletching before clicking up to Castle Age. Right there, there's the difference between Leary and Hera. Hera would skip fletching in this situation every time. But ACCM basically 0 seconds idle TC time until he's just idling a little bit for Castle Age. And as the Khmer, he'll get there right now. Right now. There we go. Could have made an extra bill. SMH. Leary isn't too far behind. He'll be clicking up pretty soon, and again, Leary isn't having to make any real food units, which is huge. ACCM probably does want to pull back that low HP Vil. Bloodline's coming in a second stable, so both players honestly playing this one a little bit greedy, but since neither's really investing into any sort of feudal age pressure, it doesn't exactly matter. Now, there is no blacksmith yet here for our Cyan player, and Leary might try and punch his way in, but I don't think he'll be terribly successful, especially as ACCM is already a minute and 15 seconds or so away from Castle Age. Now, as to what these guys want to do in Castle Age, that is a different question altogether. Honestly, you can do whatever you want at this point. You can go Khmer Longswords if you really want to. Yeah, Leary making sure he's not wasting his archers. You still need to have a nice blob of crossbowmen when you hit Castle Age. Scale Barding Armor is going to be on the way for ACCM. He already has Bloodlines. But yeah, these guys can go as aggressive or as boomy in Castle Age as they want. Still plenty of options. You can see here, Leary is still slightly ahead in resources. That will change over time, but just goes to show Leary's still very good early eco management, especially as the Mayans, who have a very powerful early eco in the first place. So, Knights are on the way. Unfortunately, Khmer don't get Husbandry because of their Elephant bonus. Oh, wait a minute. Yep. And second TC immediately here for ACCM. Now, the safest play would be to go for defensive Scorpions as Khmer, but since ACCM is faster up to Castle Age, he probably feels much more confident going for Knights here. Just a couple Knights, make sure you don't die to random archers, and then click on up. And ACCM is making sure that there aren't any stray Leary units over here, but there aren't anyway, so not really a big deal. Leary's just kind of hanging out in the middle of the map. Bod Crowsaw. Never doubt the Bod Crowsaw. I like that ACCM isn't going too greedy, though. He is adding in the Siege Workshop. He is going to be going for the Scorpions. Leary is going to see the Siege Workshop coming in. I mean, he would love to be able to deny it, but I don't think he's going to quite be able to do that. The Knights are going to be able to retreat now. And hello, Hots86. And Leary with the MBL scouting. This is MBL scouting if I've ever seen it. Whereas ACCM has most of the map explored at this point, 93% to 51%, which explains the entire score lead. Still, Leary behind in the food collected ahead in wood and gold, making archers. That kind of makes sense. Husbandry's now coming in for ACCM. And nobody's really doing anything too decisive, right? Siege Workshop now coming in here from Leary just to help deal with Scorpions, because he has no other good anti-Scorpion unit. I want to see who adds the third TC in sooner, because right now, Leary has one extra eco upgrade with the bow saw. Second TC is in faster for ACCM. Well, the thing is just nobody ever wants to attack. Everybody's a scaredy cat. ACCM might be annoyed a little bit. I like skipping forging there for bow saw. You're not going to get in here. Monastery coming in. It's like nobody wants to attack, but you still need to click up insanely fast, otherwise you just die immediately. It's really weird. It's like, I call it the hurry up and wait meta. Okay, so there is a Mangonel, but Leary making sure that it is in the Siege Workshop, so the exact situation that could have happened doesn't transpire, where it pops out of the Siege Workshop and is immediately killed by Knights. ACCM, ooh, he's just going to lose the Knight there unless he's really lucky. But ACCM has the power of luck on his side. Oh, unfortunate there for Leary. Still 2 TCs for each player. ACCM probably thinking about adding in a third one, though. He does have the resources to do so. There's Stone over there to the west, and he's actually going to be adding a TC even further to the east. At the very least, nobody has a big advantage, so the game will progress onwards. And we could maybe even see a late game between these two players, which could be a lot of fun. Commit. Yeah, and it's the thing is, ranged units defending are still way too good, and ranged units are also the best units for attacking a walled player. Again, I don't know how you could because the thing is, it's just players are so good at defending at high levels. If you play on my pleb level, the meta is actually super aggressive on Arabia. Because I don't have the ability to quick wall, and, you know, you can just die fast. Anyway, big fight unfolding here. ACCM is going to go ahead and grab that relic, but that's a big old splat right there. Finally, something decisive is happening. I'm, I think 1900 right now. Guys, that was a very bad fight for ACCM. In case you're wondering, you might have thought that was a very good fight for ACCM, where he lost his 3 Scorpions and he lost all of his Knights and killed nothing. I know you might think that. It's a really easy mistake to make, but it's actually not good for ACCM to lose all of his units and kill nothing. And do I have Arabia open? Heck no. I don't want to freaking deal with all these hamstery 18-19 pop-up times and just microing around with 4 archers. I also hope this game goes post-dip, and we're certainly trending in that direction, although right now Leary has the huge initiative advantage. I mean, look at the army difference. Mine's also a much cheaper army here in the mid-game than Khmer do. And Leary, again, this is just excellent macro from him, still with a resources collected advantage, and at a stage in the game when you would very much expect Khmer to be getting a big eco lead. Another conversion comes in. Wheelbarrow just now for ACCM. Ballistics here for Leary. Still has a big army lead. Really considered pleb? No. I mean, it depends, right? I'm basically at a midpoint in skill level between the average player and Hera. I'm also a top 500 player. Anyway, Leary's clicking up Imp, guys. This is huge. Of course, he's just barely spending any resources. He's way ahead in resources destroyed. Well, not, I mean, way ahead relative to how few units have died in this game. Oh, no. The Knights are even trapped here as well. This could be huge for Leary, guys. But what do I always say, guys? The best way to deal with a faster Imp ARB timing is to build buildings. Leary not adding in the 3rd TC, but his macro has just been so good. Or, Mayan Eco is not even very good at all in mid-game. I mean, you have a slight bonus with the longer-lasting resources, but it's really nothing big. Destroyed resources, it's the military score. It's like 10% of all destroyed resources. So that's why I use it to check, because I don't have an actual resources destroyed tab on Capture Age. However, guys, ACCM is on his way up to Imp. He's recognizing that the best unit in AoE 2 is the Scorpion. Or the skirmisher, my bad. The unit I want him to go for is the scorpion, but the actual best unit's the skirmisher. Anyway, 3 relics to 2. Both players were very diligent about picking those up. And Leary is looking to come forward. But like I said, Leary, it's hashtag so much like Leary to not be mining stone until much later. He is trying to buy stone for a castle. He needs to leverage this timing. He is adding a 3rd TC, but the overall villager count is better for ACCM, and he is taking a decent-sized resources lead. But right now, all of the initiative is with Leary. He's got 44 crossbowmen with Mayans here. He's gonna be able to get their upgrades in pretty quick order. And of course, you do get the 30% discount at this stage in the game as Mayans, so it's like a huge discount. Like, the Mayan Archer discount is legit one of the biggest discounts in the game. No, this is a good castle here for Leary. I mean, I don't think you want to build a castle right there. That just feels needlessly reckless. This still gives you all the control you need. Outpost on the side here for Leary as well, guys. I don't know. What do you think? Leary wants to bring himself to match point. Viper 1. I mean, Chimera Scorpions are scary, but they don't have upgrades right now. As, well, obviously ACCM just hit if. He's trying to make a big switch over into skirmishers, but you have 15 skirmishers to 42 archers. And with Leary showing some good micro here, this is going to be difficult for ACCM to maneuver from. I mean, tries to make that work there. Now, what Leary needs to not do, though, is he needs to not overinvest into the archers to the point where he just gets stonewalled by skirmishers. He needs to at least have in the back of his mind the Eagle Warrior switch. I mean, it's what Mayans do, right? You force your opponent to invest too much into skirmishers, and then you kill them with Eagle Warriors, or you force them to invest too much into killing Eagle Warriors, and then you kill them with archers. 4th TC way over to the side of the map here for ACCM. He is ahead in overall resources, but I bet my boots that Leary's ahead in gold, and that is exactly the case. More of everything else here for ACCM, but Leary's got the gold, baby. Yeah, that's actually true. It's impossible to invest too much into skirmishers. Leary, he's getting monk upgrades. That one's a little weird to me. I don't really get the point of that, to be honest. The trebbing has begun, and you don't really have a good way to snipe trebuchets as Mayans here without eagles. Yeah, I'm really not too sold on the monk upgrades. Your opponent's not making anything that you can use monks against that's any decent, at all decent. And what was I saying, guys? I mean, I love talking about AOB2 and just how these games develop. Yes, the early games have been a little bit boring on Aravia, but as the games have developed, there's just so much good strategy to talk about. So many good tactics. And although that was a decent Mangonel hit, I really do think that Leary is not actually making that switch into Eagle Warriors. It's allowing ACCM to get to these fully upgraded skirmishers. And, I mean, look at this. Leary's getting stonewalled by skirmishers. Honestly, very predictable. ACCM is getting that extra stone here to the side, which is nice. Now, you can repair that castle for a very long time, but the issue is, if you're in this situation of Trebs v castle versus Trebs v Trebs, the Treb v castle is almost always way better, so long as you can repair your Trebs a little bit, which ACCM is, of course, not doing, just to make me look like a dum-dum. Oh, a little unlucky there for Leary. But what I was saying is that your trebuchets, when they're attacking a castle, are always doing damage, versus when they're attacking other trebuchets, they're missing a bunch of the time. Anyway, now Leary's making the Eagle Warrior switch, and it still could certainly catch ACCM off guard, don't get me wrong. And because the villagers actually all ended up getting sniped there, that is going to be good for Leary as well. But you're still a long way off for the Eagle Warriors. And ACCM is kinda sorta stabilizing, and he still does indeed have a better eco. He's ahead in villagers. He has, I guess, 1 extra eco upgrade, which is nice. Leary not really honestly spending his resources very well. He's getting a castle up here on the side for like a super long game, but I don't really love that for Mayans. Mayans I don't want to play for the 1 hour mark. And I mean, yeah, I mean, the Arbs don't even have the final armor upgrade. They're getting walled by these skirms super hard. That castle's taken 13,000 damage. We just now have chainmail armor coming in, and I feel like Leary simply did not prepare an Eagle Warrior switch fast enough. Like, when Leary had 40 archers, he chose 40 arbs. He chose to get to 60 arbs with full upgrades instead of just making a switch into Eagle Warriors. And 40 arbs do basically the same thing against fully upgraded skirmishers that 60 arbs do. That's it. He is making the switch eventually. Oh, okay. Leary got unlucky earlier, but he got lucky there. So it did get that Treb shot, and this will save the castle for now. Meanwhile, Stable's coming up here on the side. Leary's still plenty of gold, and the thing is, he is getting the Eagle switch eventually, and ACCM struggling to keep the Trebs alive. Did he ever get conscription, by the way? He did not. Leary, I think, did not either. Oh, he's getting it now. That's why I already saw it. Got some hand cannons coming in. Yes, Khmer do have hand cannons. It's easy to forget. Easily. Yes, but your biggest advantage in this game was in early Imperial Age, because ACCM is going to power ahead in terms of resources collected as Khmer at this point in the game. But Leary's been taking basically nothing but good fights still, so it's a tricky situation for both players. Leary still needs to find a way to close this one out before things just kind of hang around to post-imp, and ACCM still needs to find a way to not die and also make sure he can continue his gold income, both of which are going to be very important. Like Cav coming in. And of course, Mayans just don't love the fact that they don't have Hussars to raid with in post-imp. You just miss that unit. It's almost like Mayans are a civilization with distinct strengths and weaknesses, whereas Khmer just kind of do everything. Kappa! Yes, and I think that this is honestly a difference. Viper, Hera, and Yo all would be taking the side goals much earlier on than Leary is right now. It is one of his small weaknesses as a player relative to the other tippy-tippy top players. Alright, but the Gallos are in. They have Elite Eagle Warrior, and they have +4 defense, but they don't have El Dorado, and they don't have the numbers yet. Or cotton shields, or cotton armor, or whatever the heck they call the new version of the upgrade. You can see the hand cannons are hanging around here in the back. Leary's going to be microing this as best he can, but he finally loses the castle. And like I said, ACCM, he is hanging in there like a champ, man. 25? Yeah, but I think that Leary just really thought he could keep the castle alive if he was able to force an engagement, but he simply was not able to do so. And ACCM is still walling him. A good armor? It's much better than no armor. And also Cotton is much better armor in the hot jungles than plate mail armor. Plate mail armor, guys, on jungle maps gives your units a ton of extra armor, but it also causes them to continuously lose HP over time. Anyway, guys. Forging now coming in. Hand cannons are here at the back to help out versus the Eagles. El Dorado is in, but we have to wonder, has Leary simply made this switch too late? Again, look at this. 2 castles here for ACCM. He is hanging in there. He knows his win condition. Other than that extremely painful game yesterday, ACCM is very, very, very good in late game. Even against somebody like Leary. See, ACCM is still going to be, I think, ahead in every resource except gold. I guess stone is also a bit better here for yellow, but way more gold for Leary. But Leary's also lost a lot more gold this game because ACCM has been making skirmishers. Leary was never able to take out the TC to the east because, remember, his army is very slow until the Eagle Warriors become a part of it. And now a castle here in the corner map. We're going to for a full Ornlu level castle, guys. A castle on the edge of the map behind your opponent's base. Love to see that. And ACCM didn't really have the infrastructure to switch into Scorpions. Hand cannons are much easier to get going than Scorpions are, because you really want Siege Engineers and Heavy Scorpion in that situation. That said, this is still a better army for Leary. You'd much rather have the double gold army than the gold plus trash unit army. Handcart finally coming in, actually for both players, funnily enough. Leary is going ahead to get guilds. You do not have guilds as the Khmer for what it's worth. Mass Nori is also on the way. But now that things are settling down a bit, right? Leary's push was completely stalled out. ACCM is getting some of the neutral gold. He got the neutral stone over here to the east, which is helpful. Can ACCM now make a necessary tech switch, right? Because Leary's still going to have the advantage so long as he has the double gold unit army composition, although he's switching into his own skirms right now. Drop rotation, baby! Leary doesn't even have heavy plow, what a noob. Castle here at the back. A step ahead. This game is fantastic, guys. This is what I want to see of in a tournament, right? Two players just absolutely playing their best, able to find advantages versus the other in a very close game. There's even two-man saw coming in, but yeah, Eagles are obviously going to find those vills. Hussars are on the way. It is a very important tool for the Khmer here. Castles are placed very well defensively, though, right? And this is going to be very important versus Eagle Warriors. Hussar coming in. Still, you have to feel that ACCM does need some sort of tech switch. I don't think you're going to win the game with skirmishers and hussars alone, unless it goes very late and Leary completely runs out of gold. But up until that point, Leary's Eagle Warriors are going to be doing way too well here. 50-minute mark, except when I was watching that game, I had no reason to believe that ACCM would finish that one out because he wasn't making the switch into latest when he absolutely had the chance to do so. Anyway, Leary getting his own defensive upgrades for his buildings. Both these civs have the fully operational 7,028 HP castles. PC up here to the side. No blast furnace yet for ACCM. That's a big one he's missing. Again, ACCM, he has got very little gold income overall, so I mean, it makes sense why he's making only trash units, but obviously making only trash units has a big weakness. Yeah, with 3 relics on top of it. When it would just murder everything that Hera was making. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the Lithuanian champ. Oh my god. That was one of the most triggering games I've ever casted, guys. It was so obvious that ACCM was never going to win. And yet, because he had such an enormous lead in terms of map control and resources, that it was just painful. And also, Hera himself could have easily won the game so much sooner, though, if he just went with anything other than Spanish villagers. Anyway, castle is denied for now. Pikeman upgrades coming in. And the Eagle Warrior numbers are at 28, so pretty good numbers of Eagle Warriors with full upgrades as Mayans. The hand cannons are getting a lot of value, though. And the fact that that castle is being denied, I mean, of course, it's literally trying to get a castle on the literal opposite sides of the map. And faster. I don't even remember that castle atop the map. I just know that Hera could have easily won the game in early Imperial Age if he had gone for basically any military unit that wasn't a villager. Not the wild horse! This horse, guys, it's seen so much carnage! Anyway, guys, ACCM is playing this super well. That castle is still not going to happen. Honestly, ACCM could start thinking about walling this area, or I guess get a castle of your own. But 4 trebs here for Leary. This castle is going to go down, so that's going to be something going for him. And now he's also getting crop rotation. They all went down. Oh, yeah, I remember that. My wild horse. All right, guys, this is still a really interesting game, though. I do prefer ACCM in the long run, even though Leary has a huge score lead. Because it's like yesterday, right, where, yes, ACCM is so far ahead in resources, but because ACCM is also not ever taking a good fight, it doesn't really matter. Because there are 2 things that need to happen right now for either player to get a decisive lead. 1, Leary needs to actually get these trebs moving across the map and start forcing some fights. ACCM still needs to stall out because he just isn't developing a good army. Does that sound familiar, guys? ACCM still very much needs to develop a better army composition than this. Also, he needs to protect himself from raids. Both players do. As, well, they're both raiding. As you would expect. Oh, wait, ACCM also doesn't have Blast Furnace. That's a huge fail. Still, now it's going to be ACCM who's starting to lose vills. Leary's still way ahead in overall vills killed, and he's only slightly behind in resources collected, which is pretty impressive, honestly. Belisali Hussar, not a whole lot. But again, that's what I'm talking about. ACCM isn't able to develop a better army composition right now, and that's the issue for him. Because again, look at the difference in gold collected. Leary literally has 10,000 more gold to play with. But, like, you don't have the resources. It's not like the game where ACCM could make latest, but he just didn't. ACCM doesn't have the gold to make either mass scorpions or mass ballista elephants. Even though you think you'd kind of need one of the two of those to win this game, unless you're able to completely run Leary out of gold. Leary runs out of gold, you still win the game because Hussars exist. And Conscription, Architecture, and Blasphemers are all big upgrades to pick up as well. Also, hello again, T-West. I hope you're doing well, man. Gold's left on the map? Not much. 5,000. Stone is also going to be running low. Also, of that, there's only 1,000 gold left over here. There's less than 1,000 gold left over there. And the rest of the gold should be the secondary gold here for ACCM, which is kind of still in the middle of the map with 2,700 gold on it. Hussar are not an acceptable substitute for an army composition unless your opponent doesn't have any resources left. Captram coming in. The hand cannons are still a very important part, though. Yeah, Leary trying to secure a castle up over here, but there isn't even that much gold left to protect. I mean, if anything that ACCM has done such a good job of here in the late game is just preventing Leary from pushing, right? If Leary was able to get his 6 trebuchets he has, 6 trebs, mind you, to just go across the map and force engagements, then ACCM just can't take a good fight. Leary has so much of a better army, but what ACCM has done a great job of is just dragging Leary all over the place, and Leary just trying to fight on the gold over there instead of just like head-on apply directly to the forehead. That is really a big victory for ACCM. I mean, where was ACCM almost dead in this game? When Leary was pushing the very front of his base with a more efficient army. Leary still has a more efficient army in a head-on fight. And now he's going to be able to start popping down castles. Well, if all of his trebs attack, which isn't happening, to be fair. Castle up over here. Again, you want to secure this gold. This is where most of the remaining gold is. Is this live? These are Rex. These games were played earlier today. Again, to reiterate the stakes of this game, if ACCM wins this series, he is through to the semifinals. If not, he's out of the tournament. Leary is already through to the semifinals no matter what, but if he wins, he faces Yo, and if he loses, he faces Hera. It's going to be really tough for ACCM to stop this, in fact, and I'm not too sold on the Siege Rams. I feel like Heavy Scorpions would be a lot better. Because remember, Heavy Scorpion itself does not cost gold, which is a really big help in this sort of situation. Look at this, guys. I mean, what did I say? What ACCM's big advantage was the fact that he was dragging Leary all over the place and preventing a big push down the front of his base. I promise I'm not talking out of my butt all the time. I know what I'm talking about sometimes, and now he's making the switch to Ballista Elephants. I mean, I did say that ACCM needed to make an actual tech switch, and he is doing that, but is it too late? Also, random converted Hussar. I mean, right now, ACCM does have a big resources lead, but not in gold. But Leary spent most of his gold at this point. Yeah, but you still have a lot of castles left over, so that's something. This castle is under threat. Siege Engineers is also on the way. Do you have the time to make a Ballista Ellie switch, though? The Trebs demolished one of your castles, but only one so far. And not Scorps? That's a good question. I'm not too sure, honestly. You could justify either. And my voice is cracking? My voice is cracking because this is a sick game. Oh, and look at this. The Siege Rams coming in over here. Again, ACCM trying to make this literally any other game than Leary pushing the front of ACCM's base. Like, do literally anything else you can. Because right now you have 6 Trebs as Leary that are not attacking castles. More on food? That you could say that. Ballista Elephants are also easier to keep alive than Scorpions, and they're also move faster than Scorpions. But yes, Ballista Elephants are much more gold intensive to get up. Remember, Elite Ballista Elephant, unless they changed it, is 1,000 food, 800 gold. And you also need double crossbow on top of that. An RF game? I'm afraid I don't. A Civ win? Not at all. I do think Khmer are a better Civ in general than Mayans are, but at no point in this game has this looked like a Civ win. I think it's just an S-tier Arabia Civ versus an A-tier Arabia Civ. It's funny because Leary literally got his start as a Black Forest player. Alright guys, Elite Ballista Elephants are fully upgraded. This is exactly what I was talking about. Can you get the unit switch you need right now as ACCM? He has it. He's got all the upgrades. He just needs the numbers, and that's exactly what he's producing. Oh, yes, 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 yes. I remember that. You're thinking Rage Forest with RF. No, the real RF. Regicide Fortress. Yes, that was, like, one of the highest level games I've ever seen. Anyway, Ballista Elephant numbers are climbing, guys. Leary has a big army, but it's not very good against Ballista Elephants. And now ACCM making that switch happen. He's got more gold income over here as well. I mean, Leary has the one extra relic, which is nice, but the relic situation's not likely going to be too determinative in this game. But yeah, Ballista Elephants with some sort of meat shield in front of it. It's exactly what you want. More Hussar raids coming in. Overall villagers killed very similar between the two players. Another 10k resources for ACCM here. And he is getting closer and closer to max pop. Again, still just has that little bit more gold. Well, getting to the Ballista Elephants is a win condition, and it's a win condition that was extremely difficult to get to. I mean, the Mayan Skirm tech is decent. It's not, like, game-breaking, but it's decent. And here we are, guys. Ballista Elephants are starting to Ballista Elephant. Oh, man, Skirmishers are fairly unimpressive versus them, aren't they? Even the Trebs have had their numbers reduced by half. I mean, Leary's trying to deny the goal. Like, again, Leary has the right idea. I think ACCM has just played this slightly better. As I hope I highlighted to you guys, both players absolutely had win conditions that they were working towards. It's just ACCM was able to do it a little better. I think the biggest mistake Leary made this game was trying to push this angle with the forward castle when really he just needed to keep on pushing here at the middle, because this here is where ACCM has looked closest to dying. And with good reason, right? Because he was just in a head-on fight until exactly the Ballista Elephants came in. It was really almost impossible for ACCM to take an efficient fight against Leary. And the game feels so close. Leary's way ahead in resources destroyed. But yeah, I mean, score isn't the most impactful thing right now. I mean, if you have Eagle Warriors, great. But the Eagle Warrior production cannot last very long. It's going to be very difficult to keep Eagle Warriors alive in this situation. Although Leary's trying to flank here with Halbs, which could work out very well. Again, Leary has been taking super efficient fights, but it's almost impossible to actually take efficient fights if your opponent has Ballista Elephants and your Mayans. Yeah, Leary's under 100 villagers. I mean, he got a lot of food and wood banked up, but not that much gold. ACCM not overcommitting here with the Ballista Elephants. Very, very smart, making sure he's not caught off, you know, getting surrounded by a bunch of Halbs. That's going to be a great way to lose the game, is if you lose all your Ballista Elephants. He's also adding in siege rams, which are kind of interesting. I mean, even Halbs don't kill siege rams very fast. And they are going to be a very good tank. And they also kill buildings, which Ballista Elephants don't. Hussar's raids are continuing again. ACCM plus 25 in the villagers killed. That number's been going back and forth all game long. Well, don't do that, ACCM. Just, you know, don't. Anyway, Rams are here. It really feels like ACCM, despite being 5,000 score behind, is actually in by far the more advantageous position. 20 Ballista Elephants and counting. Leary simply doesn't have the gold to switch into anything that is even halfway decent against Ballista Elephants, unless you can surround them with Halbs, which is... it should be impossible. Killing that Ballista Elephant blob with Halbs literally requires ACCM to make a big mistake. There's nothing Leary himself can do to force that to happen. And remember, guys, Viper is cheering for Leary right now, because if Leary wins, Viper moves on, and if ACCM wins, Viper does not move on. Mass Monks? No gold. The issue is gold right now for Leary. And it's also difficult to keep Monks alive versus all these Hussars. And Leary just taps out. Fantastic game of AoE 2. Just super, super high level. Leary almost did it, but ACCM able to recognize his win condition, keep Leary spread out. I mean, he spread out to both sides of the map super early on. And then was able to just defend by the skin of his teeth. Really, really well done. His position, yep. Viper needs Leary to win the series. But yeah, I mean, that was a game that I at least hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did, because it really was a super high-level game from both players. And ACCM, again, just doing a little bit better of a job, stretching Leary out just a bit too much. What's Elephant? It's not the correct... If you're thinking, okay, now ACCM has a bunch of Ballista Elephants, and I'm Leary and I have no gold. This unit is broken, I can't counter it. That's not the right way of looking at it. The fact is, ACCM made the switch into Ballista Elephants only after Leary really started to run out of gold. The fact was, Leary spent all of his gold on Eagle Warriors to win the game when he was trying to push, right? Later on? Yes. Games on Arabia these days, they can often start very slow, but late game Arabia is still late game Arabia. In my opinion, late game Arabia is actually AoE 2 at its best. Both, like, 1v1 late game Arabia is the peak of 1v1 AoE 2, and late game Arabia team game is the peak of team game AoE 2. Anyway, I hope you guys are enjoying this. Again, Leary needs to win both games here for Viper to advance. All right, I mean, that was... love that game. Love AoE 2, man. All right, let's get into game 4, which is Fish and Fish. All right, so that was the Mayans losing to the Khmer. Low pick here from both players. That leaves Italians and Romans left. Leary losing Arabia. So Ring of Reeds and Fish and Fish. Italians and Romans. Honestly, you could justify either. Personally, I think I'd like Romans more on Fish and Fish and Italians on Ring of Reeds. For Leary, Georgians, I think, are the obvious pick on Fish and Fish. And then you could go Vietnamese or Bohemians on Ring of Reeds. Yeah, hope you guys are having fun. Remember, the finals are tomorrow. And once this is done, I'm going to look at the exact timings and figure out how exactly I want to do things. So I don't know yet how exactly I'm going to approach things. But I've been having a ton of fun casting this tournament overall, except for the first 3 sets today, which were kind of a downer. But everything else about this tournament has been a lot of fun so far. All right, so here we are, guys. Leary, series life on the line, but not tournament life on the line. Viper's tournament life on the line. Leary going to be here in the red as the Georgians to the northwest of the map and to the southeast in the cyan. Indeed, these are the civs I predicted. It will be ACCM as the Romans. All right, so very early on, ACCM taking from the Shorefish. These two civs are good in different ways. Romans are good because, 1, they gather shorefish faster, and that's, like, super insane. And 2, you have one of the best men-at-arm rushes in the game with the extra armor from scale mail armor. So, it's a super aggressive map. Romans are one of the best aggressive civs, and Romans are also like being on maps with shorefish because you get the fastest food source in the game even faster. Georgians, also very good, but for a different reason. Georgians are much slower than Romans, but you can go for a very early dock because remember, you start with the mule cart, so you save 100 wood immediately. And so early fishing ship out to help give you a lead in that regard. So already, bit of a different early game. Love to see that. Yeah, we need old Hindustanis back with a shorefish bonus. With cheaper bills and also a much faster food income on the fastest food source. That was very balanced. Yes, ACCM won head-to-head to against Viper. Oh. Ooh, that is not good, guys, because you know what? You know what's huge? Using your starting scout cavalry to harass the fishing ships, and now you have no idea. You have no idea as ACCM. Also, this is a map with fixed TC spawn, so you have literally no excuse to run into the TC. I mean, I would run into the TC with my scout, but, you know, unless you're Ornlu and you know, are actually a good AoE 2 player, that is honestly just a huge blunder. Doxabrex, yes, I think the free mule cart is actually one of the most interesting early game bonuses out there. We need a top 10 Ornlu's favorite designed Civ bonuses list. Or, I guess, bonuses plus unique text. Although, I'll tell you right now, guys, my favorite bonus in the game is the Saracen Market bonus. I think that is just the most interesting bonus in all of AoE 2. It has 10,000 interesting implications, and it's a bonus that is powerful, but you need to think to use it. And it can be used in so many different ways. Anyway, Feudal Age on the way here for both players. Yes. Baderias, 2 TCs, and Hofnitsa. Unique tech names? Well, that's Katapuruto! Number 1 Roman eco bonus? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys know me. Alright, guys. 4 fishing ships here for Leary. This is so huge for his eco. You can see he is ahead of the Romans in terms of eco. And how many times do I have to tell you people that Romans, if you're playing from an eco deficit, are in a really bad situation. Market abuse? I never understood market abuse. How on earth are you abusing a market? I hate the sound of that. Like, what did the poor market do to get abused, man? Alright, Men-at-Arm upgrade coming in. And this, honestly, I think is a mistake from ACCM, but it's... Okay. It's a suboptimal play from ACCM that he's making in a vacuum because he lost his scout cavalry. He doesn't know about his opponent's dock, and if you go with a dock, then these men-at-arms don't do anything. Yes, the Hun House bonus also would be up there for one of my favorite bonuses in the game. And the thing with, like, the Hun House bonus and the Saracen Market bonus is that it gives you both interesting gameplay implications and is also super flavorful as far as the Civ's history. I mean, like, top-tier bonuses for sure. Well, Leary returning the favor by running in his Spearman under the TC. I guess I also think the Malay Egypt bonus is up there for one of my favorite design bonuses for sure. I think it's overtuned, but I think that in terms of design, it's an awesome bonus. Anyway, Men-at-Arms not doing anything. Leary pulling way ahead in resources, and he also didn't invest into Men-at-Arms. Like, this is just so huge, guys. Leary getting a free fish boom, ACCM losing the scout, and was just... Again, against the dock opening and just quick walls, you never really want to open Men-at-Arms. You just have no real way of doing damage. I think most bonuses miss. I mean, bonuses in general should be a straight-up advantage for the Civ. But Huns have enough advantages otherwise that it's okay. Anyway, big old mop-up on aisle 7. And honestly, Leary is insanely far ahead. Again, you're playing Romans at an eco deficit. That's a terrible sign. Yeah, I hate the Hun horse bonus on Nomad, man. Rage! Instant F2. Alright, DBA now on its way for ACCM. It's already been in here for Leary, and Leary doing an excellent job here to try and drag us to game number 5, which would be on Ring of Reeds. And the only time Ring of Reeds has been played so far in the entire tournament. On Land Nomad? Yeah, that's literally such a dumb. Oh my god. Well, Scout's not really taking any major damage. Totally fine. But at this point, all you need to do as Leary is pressure your opponent on the Shorefish. It's like the only thing going for ACCM right now is that at least he has Vills on Shorefish. Like those, I actually don't like that. I feel like in AoE 2, everything should... all upgrades should be a net gain. It helps make the game much less confusing. Like, I think in AoE 3 and AoE 4 both suffer from these sort of like trade-offs that are just make things extremely complicated. The exceptions, of course, are light cavalry and paladin, giving you a slower movement speed and attack speed, but that's actually just, it was a mistake by the original devs. It just kind of works out, and it's not super noticeable. That and Chukanu technically fire a little bit slower with Elite. But now that Rocketry's baked into the Elite upgrade, it's not really a choice to make there either. That has to do with the start, though. And whenever you mess around with the civilization start, you have to be very, very, very careful. Slightly slower than galleys? They are not. They're larger than galleys, which is what you're thinking of. And because they're larger than galleys, they don't stack up as easily. Anyway, Leary has a huge lead in this game. Oh, nice couple kills there. I mean, Leary just in control of this game start to finish. Well, I mean, the game isn't done yet, but it might as well be done. Alright, Castle Age on the way. ACCM isn't even close to it, guys. If indeed this does go to a Game 5, I hope it's a good Game 5. If it's another game that's just decided in Feudal Age or in Dark Age, that would be very sad. Dark Age lasts 5 hours. Guys, if next game is decided by Dark Age Vil fighting, I would be very let down. The game can be decided. I've seen a game lost by Yo against Viper in the first Wandering Warriors Cup in 1.5 game time. He lost, like, what, 3 Vils in early Dark Age on a map where your TCs were, like, right next to each other. That's the fastest I've ever seen a game decided. I don't think we'll ever get there. Anyway, Castle Age is in. ACCM is also clicking up, but... ACCM has no real advantage in this game. He's trying to send some Bills forward, so long as Leary has a stable to make some Knights, which he does. Yeah, technically you could run your king into like a castle on Fortress faster, but I haven't seen that actually transpire. Market on the way, second stable on the way here for ACCM, but again, Leary is just in such a good spot right now. If you look at ACCM's vision, he has no idea about the fishing fleet. In fact, his own Vil is probably going to get sniped here as well. I mean, players have lost their kings very early on in tournaments. There's also a game back in the Escape days where Viper Walden MBL's king on Water Nomad. Like, before the TCs were even built, Viper quick-walled in the king and just punched it down with a villager. That was also one of the fastest games I've ever seen, but that even then, I think that was like 2 to 3 minutes game time. Like, the Viper Yo game was literally like a minute and a half. Anyway, ACCM having a real bad time of things. Another tower coming in. I mean, just look at the Vil difference, guys. This is so wild. Leary ahead by 8 villagers and also doesn't have a bunch of idols right now. Castle, I do remember that, but again, that was probably like a few minutes into the game. I think that was still in like late Dark Age, if I recall correctly. Although people have pointed out on Reddit, this is the longest S-tier tournament game was yesterday. It was ACCM versus Hera. At least in as far as people can remember. The longest before was indeed the Escape game, I think, was just under 3 hours game time. The Suomi versus AM game on Oasis. Larry. But that wasn't like a big S-tier tournament game, right? I don't think that was a big tournament. Yeah, I guess we didn't. But I do remember there being a Black Forest game that actually was a good game. I remember I did see that at one point. Relic's coming in here for Leary. He's on 2 TCs. Again, there is no aspect to this game that matters in which Leary is behind. Absolutely on cruise control, and it literally is these 5 fishing ships that were uncontested for, you know, up until literally right now. And the fact that ACCM blindly invested into 3 men-at-arms when they were never going to get any damage done because he lost a scout initially. And ACCM also didn't do anything about the fishing ships because he didn't scout them because he lost his scout cavalry. Like, if there's ever a terrible time to lose your scout cavalry, it's probably on this map. Husbandry coming in. Second TC just now coming in for ACCM, but again, everything he's doing is worse and slower than what Leary's doing. Leary also has the HP regeneration on his knights to help him out a little bit in the fights. And so what would game 5's on Ring of Reeds. The civs would be probably Bohemians versus Italians. Unless Leary says, I don't like Bohemians Italians, and goes Vietnamese versus Italians. Because I kind of like Vietnamese versus Italians, because he who skirms best skirms to victory. Whereas Italians versus Bohemians is just... Like, the Condottiero is literally the worst unit Bohemians ever have to deal with. Bohemians happen to have literally the worst possible tech tree to deal with exactly the Condottiero. It's pretty wild. The best unit they have against them are Arbs that don't have Thumb Ring, which is still, generally speaking, very unimpressive. Anyway, quick balls there are as they need to be. Georgians are an incredibly difficult civ to push. This live... no, the game was played earlier today. We are simply casting at a more EU/Western Hemisphere friendly time. Anyway, they're doing work. Live? Oh yeah, I don't do reruns. Again, I, as a rule, just don't like reruns because it feels like you're profiting from doing literally no work. Just conceptually, I'm not the biggest fan of it. Night CI count? I mean, it's just strong, right? Like YouTube, like putting a YouTube video doesn't actively detract you from seeing anyone else's YouTube video, right? Mm. 5 years ago, yeah. Guys, I'm kicking it in Tahiti this entire time. Wherever I can. Yeah, I should. But I don't think doing reruns really matter. I mean, most people don't do reruns in general because people don't watch them, but if the guys who are streaming in the middle of the night are just doing the reruns, again, to basically be doing what I'm doing. Anyway, Castle coming in for Leary. Absolutely going to be winning the game here. Did it recommend on screen? Yeah, I guess that's true. But I guess at the very least, everyone's on the same... You know, I mean, not the same, right? People who have more views get more of their videos promoted, but... I don't know. Maybe it's something weird with me, but I just... Something about doing reruns on Twitch kind of rubs me the wrong way. Maybe it's just a me thing. Yep, Leary, guys, is needing to win this series for Viper to move on. I'm not talking about casting the Rex. I'm talking about, like, literally just streaming and then just playing the stream again while you go do something else. Anyway, guys, this is going to be for literally 100% of the marbles. That is the Romans losing to the Georgians. And this, again, it's kind of cool. You know ACCM's going Italians. It's just way better than Turks here. As Leary, do you go for Bohemians, which are the stronger civ in general on this map, especially in a clowning situation? Or do you go for Vietnamese, which, at least in my opinion, are going to be a better civ versus Italians specifically? Although, do you feel great about a civ that doesn't have good monks? Because, yes, I do think Italians have a great matchup versus Bohemians. 100%. Oh boy, guys, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Like I said, this is for all the marbles. It's been an excellent series between these two. I would feel really bad for ACCM if he loses this this game. Well, this series, because he's never made top 4 of a LAN before. And he's so close. And of course, unless you're literally a horrible person, you want to see ACCM succeed. But yeah, guys, ACCM is indeed going Italians here to the west of the map, as you would expect. And to the east in the red as the Bohemians. Leary says, play the map, not the matchup. And again, I think you could make arguments either way. Bohemians are a lot better than Vietnamese to go for a clown push. Hussite wagons are a super annoying unique unit to deal with. I understand the logic, even though I personally would probably go Vietnamese here. But obviously, Leary's a better player than I am. The identity crisis. And those two things aren't mutually exclusive. Alright, Veil coming out here on the outside. Like, I mean, that's true, right? Leary's not a clown. I do think clowning in general is the most powerful way to play this map, unless you're Vil fighting. But we'll have to see. Oh, Doc coming in here from ACCM. Already going to be walling it up kind of a bit on that side. Also, guys, I can point out that I am the one, in part, who introduced this map to the tournament scene in the first place. Just throwing that out there. First time we get to see this in the tournament. I'm sad that there isn't going to be another RMS Cup.
Pero.
We got some really good maps out of it, and this was one of them for sure. Any other good clown civ against wagons? Well, Italians do have good monks, which helps. Because that does check out. Anyway, Leary also with his dock coming in, but note that his dock placement is such that his ships can sail on either side, whereas ACCM's dock placement plus the house there mean that, unless I'm very much mistaken, ships cannot sail around the other side. All right. This is going to be interesting. I really hope this is a good game. I really, really do. This series deserves it. Leary not making top 4 doesn't feel right, but ACCM also feels like he's tried so hard. If Leary only doesn't make the top 4, or if ACCM doesn't make the top 4 because he lost to Hera, and then had a very narrow loss to Leary, that would be rough, man. Yeah, but Arbs, unless you somehow have a better Arb timing than a Kondo timing, which is pretty hard, it usually doesn't work. AoE got this far? AoE is humming along, man. Tons and tons of tournaments happening. Lots of great content creators out there doing stuff on all facets of the game, and also me. The only one to defeat? Yeah, I mean, lots of heartbreaking moments. Again, it would be heartbreaking for either player, in my opinion, if they lost this, especially because they both ran into Hera, causing them to lose a game. Jim's, he's playing AoE 1. I mean, he's still the best AoE 1 player in the world, but he never played AoE 2. Alright, guys. Feudal Age is on the way for both players. Yeah, that is true. I do my level best to kill AoE 2 at every possible juncture. Both players with a mill. So far, nothing terribly decisive either way. I mean, they're both doing something pretty similar. My guess is it is still going to be the clown play. But it's a game that's not going to be decided by Vil fighting, which I like. Vil fight games can be pretty wild, but it's not what you want the big decider game to be on, in my opinion. In this case, I mean, I think Leary's clearly trying to win. I think both players are playing their best. Ooh, okay. ACCM doesn't want to get into a clown war against Bohemians, which is extremely reasonable. Remember, Italians only 680 food to click up and 170 gold, so you're not even going to need to sell stone at the market, although you might still even be able to do that as Leary here. Scout Cav doing Scout Cav things. Are we already fish trapping as Leary? I think we are. Yeah, Leary clicks up just a hair sooner. Oh, actually not just a hair sooner, decisively sooner. Oh, ACCM has to build another villager because he didn't get the building down in time. Why is there like all these little stutters in the game? It's really annoying this entire series. Good axe coming in for both players. Did he also need to click? Okay, there we go. Nerves from the game. From Capture Age. Alright, but Leary is going to be up decisively faster. It's 4 fishing ships per player, 4 villagers on the shore fish, 6 villagers on the shore fish, but are those guys coming forward? Are these fishmongers fishmongering? It's going to be for a dock. Wait, isn't that fire galley blocked? I guess it can sail around. The Leary's own fire galley might also be blocked. Let's see. Okay, it looks like it... Yeah, it looks like it's blocked. It also means that fire galley is kind of useless. So, awkward. Leary's still up to Castle Age faster. He did not have to sell any stone. And let's see what the plan is. Leary himself is dock blocked over here to the north. Res collected also in favor of Leary for some reason. I was literally like 200 food collected ahead. No idea. Against Sebastian, very one-sided. Alright, scouts out here on the outside, but honestly, ACCM's gonna need to make something happen. Leary's macro is absolutely kicking into full force. 0 wood? That is bizarre. I've never run into that. Alright, Lightcap coming all the way down here, but Leary isn't going anywhere. I mean, I love the outposts here from ACCM. Make sure that you're going to be aware of your opponent going forward. Neither are taking any big risks here in the final game. Org Alley coming in on both sides. Now, even with me going on super speed for the first 3 series, we're still hitting 5 hours today. All right, there's a demo ship coming in. Wait, I think... No, you don't have the range. Yeah, you don't have the range to attack the fire galley with your own fire galley. Second TC first coming in here for Leary, though. There are some fishing ships here. And ACCM is going to get at least a kill. Leary with his own scout cav coming across to the middle of the map. And that's another kill there. And Leary isn't actually making anything here. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, you guys have seeming to enjoy my casting of the tournament, so I appreciate it. I guess a good way to check is if you build a lumber camp, if the trees exist, the villagers will automatically go to chop them, and if the trees don't exist, then the villagers won't do anything. All right, second TC coming in here for ACCM, but he is 5 vills ahead because he sniped all of his opponent's fishing ships. No relics in yet for either player as well, and the light cav are going to escape for the time being. There is a demo ship in that dock and in that dock. And unless ACCM is paying attention here, this could be a huge demo hit for Leary. Well. I mean, it's 2 demos here, and the monks, but the monks might just shoo away the fires. Oh, but Leary waiting maybe until the fire ships have gone too far. Remember, guys, ships do have native conversion resistance. So no dice there for Leary. Both players on 2 TCs. Res collected still in favor of Leary, but ACCM's been taking better fights so far. Mangonel is on the way too. ACCM does not see that. He does not have Town Watch. Leary has Bow Saw and the free mining upgrades as Bohemians. Light Cav coming across the middle, and there is not a monk nearby, and this could be pretty rough, honestly. Look at this. The Light Cav interpose themselves between the units and the gate, and a monk can come out right there, but this is still kind of ugly, and another villager goes down in favor of ACCM. As Viper is cheering on Leary right now, as we can pretend that Viper doesn't really care too much about his tournament results anymore. Leary is replacing his lumber camps as well, whereas ACCM isn't, and that's another one of the factors why Leary's ahead in Nico. We do have a Mangonel out here. And a Mangonel out for ACCM as well. Populations are even, and both players are housed. Oh boy. Score is a little bit in favor of ACCM, but again, Leary's eco is better, so it's probably just fine. 2 relics coming in here from ACCM. But as the game progresses, we have to like it more for Italians, as again, condos are just not something Bohemians ever like dealing with. Yes, if ACCM wins, Viper is out. Unfortunately, we cannot get both ACCM and Viper into the semifinals. All right. Nobody with a decisive Mangonel hit. On the outside, oh, this could be nice here for Leary, because hasn't gotten any villager kills so far, but is possibly getting 2. Nothing big happening over there. And again, I don't know why the game is stuttering. It's really annoying. Let's get 1 kill. Yes, the Light Cav have been a good choice. And Atonement is coming in. Oh, when in doubt, clown it out. Remember, guys, the outposts for ACCM are huge, huge, huge. Leary, his own vision is simply not as good. That is a whiffed mangonel hit, but here it goes. The Spearmen are Bohemian Spearmen. They get the extra bonus damage. That one is converted. All of the monks go down, but there is no redemption in. That's kind of awkward. Atonement is in, but honestly, the Lightcav is just gonna die. That is a good mangonel hit here for Leary. Sanctity isn't in, and that's an easy mangonel kill. Maybe Atonement was not the right upgrade to get. There isn't any Vil here to repair. Oh my goodness, that's so huge for Leary. Okay, that monk survives somehow. Wait, the Vil is there to repair. Oh, it got the conversion off. Oh my god, that is literally the perfect fight for Leary. Oh my goodness, that could be a series-winning engagement, guys. ACCM lost literally everything, and the game that Leary won early on absolutely came down at the start to Leary having better micro. And that is a 1-for-1 trade, which is actually totally fine for Leary. 1-for-1 trades always favor the guy who has more mangonels to start with. I mean, that is a tough fight to micro, but Leary able to make that happen. He's got a third TC on the way. He's still ahead in resources, despite the early kills from ACCM, and that is all Leary's macro and his micro. Coming through strong, that's for sure. Does get the kill there. There are 2 Spearmen on standby. Good for ACCM. He's not ready to go out of this one just yet. That's going to be 3-1. Is he going to get the monk too? Yes, he is. Beautiful fight for ACCM. He is not done those yet. And even all the Spearmen are locked out. Woo, boy, guys, this is tough. ACCM is working towards a castle. Leary isn't, because Leary will never mind stone. Ever. Still 600 more res for Leary. He's getting the wheelbarrow upgrade. His eco upgrades in general are superior. ACCM also with his third TC coming in. Oh boy, third TC's in faster for Leary though. The Vil numbers are basically even. Macro and micro both been better for Leary. ACCM has been doing a good job of catching Leary off guard when Leary doesn't expect it. Redemption's going to be huge, of course. Going to have Atonement and Redemption versus no monk upgrades. Oh. Both sides whiff there. Going to go for the conversions on the Spearmen. And Leary gets the kill there. That is big. Pikeman upgrade coming in as well. That's going to be a very sad monk. Oh, Leary does have Sanctity, by the way. It's the only monk upgrade he has. Tries to get those light cav, is unsuccessful in doing so, but now Redemption's in for those monks. They need to recharge their faith, though. There's only 2 monks on the field right now for ACCM. And the Spearmen actually get a mangonel. Oh, but the perfect attack round from Leary, meanwhile. And there is a Vil there to repair. And look at that, guys. The fire ship is going to be in. The dock goes down. Although it looks like that might be a 1-for-1 trade. Can ACCM get a castle forward? A castle forward would be huge for ACCM because there's still a decent chance to get a faster imp. But there isn't Sanctity research. How many times do I have to tell you people? Sanctity with Redemption, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Unless you get the 1-for-0 here, which I don't think you will. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti Mr. Yo, and he isn't even playing. Beautiful engagement there. Vils are struggling. That is another huge moment for Leary. He's going to get more villagers killed. ACCM not able to fight with Sanctity, and he simply isn't able to out-micro Leary in the Mangonel War. Leary super far ahead in resources destroyed right now. He needs to build his castle defensively, does ACCM, and maybe try for a faster Imperial Age, because this... No way. Not on the Lord Doubt's green earth is this gonna work. Okay, that is a successful conversion there at the very least. And that is going to buy you time. But Leary, if he just gets a forward castle, that's going to be a nightmare for ACCM to deal with. No way does this work for ACCM, right? Now, of course, Leary, is he paying attention to this area? And he is. Perfect. Perfect play from Leary. Castle's coming in. I don't think you can deny this. Maybe if you get a lucky conversion, and he does. Oh, but the Mangonel's right there to stop it. Wait, what are you doing? ACCM's losing all his fills here, guys. No. Wait, and then Leary on garrisons. Oh my goodness. Still, Castle goes in here for Leary. ACCM needs to get to Imperial Age, and he needs to get to Imperial Age fast, man. Market's coming in. He needs to rush his way up. Italians, again, with that discount. Condos are amazing in this matchup. We know that. Oh, is that Siege Workshop also going to get denied? Again, of course, Leary is a much faster player than ACCM is. Uh-oh. And look at this, guys. Leary also with the market. And he gets chemistry on the way to Imperial Age. That Siege Workshop is down. ACCM, you need to rush it, man. Both players do. What the heck? Oh, no. Oh, no. ACCM simply cannot out-micro Leary. They both click imp at the same time. Do I like this at all? How do you stop this? Right? Unless there's something I'm missing, you need to be able to stop this from happening. Anyway, condos are still going to be super powerful. Leary already making a switch into archers, though, because it's Leary. It's what he does. But, again, I have just not been convinced in the unit control this game. Leary so far ahead in resources destroyed. And, again, you need a way to stop a push down the middle, and this castle doesn't quite do that, unfortunately. You need to also start seeing some barracks come in. Remember, also, a lot of your farming income is right here. Leary's adding in a 4th TC. His macro has been much better. Again, it's macro-micro. It's your AoE basics. Free mining upgrades are huge for Bohemians as well. Leary 5,000 resources ahead. He got Bowsaw as soon as he hit Castle Age, basically. Guildborough much earlier as well. ACCM is only just now grabbing those resources. And Leary with a huge lead in game number 5 when it matters the most. And I think a lot of it came down to these fights in the middle. ACCM needed to win them. He had much more invested into them, and Leary still just out-microed him. Castle up here to the side. If that castle goes up, you are super, super sad as ACCM, and he just does not even see it. Yep. Scotty doesn't know, man. Viper gonna be very happy with this development. I mean, you're like 10 seconds faster to imp. I don't think it matters in the slightest, honestly. Chemistry is going to be coming in as well. Trebuchet on the Trebuchet. Chemistry is queued up immediately, as is block printing, but I don't know, guys. The score lead. I mean, it's just resources destroyed and eco heavily in favor of Leary. He's got the better map control. He's got the better army. This is going to be another heartbreaking tournament for ACCM, guys, unless something major changes. I just don't see how that's the case. This castle is even on the high ground to help out even more. Leary's got plenty of income here. He's got all these middle resources. The archers are just going to kill everything. And, I mean, ACCM's got nothing. Like, what does he even have going for him at the moment? Nothing. He's 7,000 resources behind. Leary's macro, and just the way he took fights in mid-game was simply too good. GG, well played. Good luck next. A heartbreaking tournament result for Leary. Not for Leary, for ACCM. Just not able to... When it mattered the most, he just couldn't keep up with Leary. Really, that's it. Couldn't take the fights he needed. Even with good raids early on, Leary just muscled his way back in. It's a heartbreaking for ACCM, but great for Viper. And Viper will indeed be moving on, as our matchups for tomorrow are going to be set. Leary does get the very narrow win. Let's see here. Find this. Indeed, guys. I mean, Wuchholz aside, that's not even the first tiebreaker. They have the same Buchholz, but Viper has the +3. He won his set series more decisively. Even though ACCM won his set, ACCM had to face Hera. And Viper did not face Hera. Oh, man. And of course, Viper 3-0 over Sebastian. Hera said, yeah, it's on my VOD on both Twitch and YouTube for yesterday. I watch it on ×8 speed because I'm not going to sit around for 2.5 hours. Testing a game I already know the result of. Yeah, honestly, I do feel like this is it was a bit of a bummer of a final day just because it felt like so little mattered. You can see here in the tiebreaker system, it's number of series won, then Buchholz score, then map win or loss difference, then head-to-head results. Honestly, I feel like it should be number of series won, then head-to-head, then win-loss, then Buchholz. But that's just me. Because it's like, okay, if it's Viper or ACCM, who won the head-to-head there? I think ACCM. Well, I mean, ACCM did win the head-to-head there. But Viper did have the better result overall. But I think especially because not everybody plays everybody, right? So I think that overall game differential makes the most sense if everybody plays everybody. Buchholz? Yeah, I'm fine with that. I feel like what makes the most sense in a situation where not everybody plays everybody is head-to-head, maybe then Buchholz, and then game differential. Regardless, what happened. All right, now the question is what to do for tomorrow. Do I cast the entire tournament after the fact? Or do I cast it live for just the finals? Well, the Buchholz thing didn't even matter here. They had the same Buchholz. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. It starts 23:45 my time, so that's like, what, 6 GMT? Maybe I'll just gonna go ahead and just try not get spoiled. But I don't want to start casting the semifinals when the finals are live. That's the thing. The finals, in theory, starts at 12 GMT. So do I wake up and just cast the finals, maybe? At 7 my time? Oh, I mean, literally, it's the 4 invited players. Hera, Lyri, Viper, Yo. We might as well have just not had qualifiers. Yeah, Hera versus Viper, Lyri versus Yo. Yeah, I'm not sure, guys. Maybe I'll wake up to cast the finals live and then go back and cast the semis if there's interest. I'm not sure yet. I'll figure it out. Finals, though? That's also true. Take it the tournament? Yeah. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for people who have been watching today. I really, really appreciate it. For how annoying the start was, to be honest. At least the final couple series were very, very good. So thank you guys, everyone, for watching. All right, sit down. See you tomorrow, regardless. I'm casting regardless.